very warm and pleasant morning to everyone. Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, researchers, academicians, industry leaders, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the inaugural ceremony of ISFMG 2026. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 12th International Symposium on Field Monitoring in Geomechanics, ISFMG 2026. The International Symposium on Field Monitoring in Geomechanics has for more than 4 decades served as one of the foremost global forums for advancing research and practice in geotechnical monitoring. From its origins in Zurich to successive editions across Europe, Asia, Australia, North and South America, ISFMG has consistently fostered collaboration among researchers, practitioners and industry leaders committed to safer and more resilient infrastructure. Today, India is honored to host the 12th edition of this distinguished symposium, continuing that rich international legacy under the theme Advances in Field Monitoring for Geomechanics. Hosted in the historic city of Indore, this symposium brings together leading researchers, engineers, consultants, infrastructure professionals, and policymakers from across the globe to deliberate on the latest advances in field monitoring for geomechanics. Over the 5 days, from 6th to 10th August 2026, this symposium will provide an exceptional platform for technical discussions, knowledge sharing, and professional networking. This symposium is proudly organized by the Indian Geotechnical Society and is hosted jointly by IGS Indore chapter and the Indian Institute of Technology, Indore. We gratefully acknowledge the valued support of the International Society for Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering, its Technical Committee TC220 on Field Monitoring in Geomechanics, Technical Committee TC206 on Ground Improvement, and the Indian Structural Health Monitoring Society. We are delighted to welcome you all to this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, it's my privilege to extend a warm welcome to each one of you. We are about to commence the inaugural ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished dignitaries onto the stage. Professor Neelima Satyam, the convener of ISFMG 2026 and Chair Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Indore. Dr. A.P. Singh, the Organizing Secretary of ISFMG 2026 and the Honorary Secretary of Indian Geotechnical Society. Dr. Paul Barton, Secretary, ISSMGE Technical Committee TC220 on Field Monitoring in Geomechanics. Dr. Andrew Ridley, convener of ISSMGE Technical Committee TC220 on Field Monitoring in Geomechanics. Dr. Anil Joseph, the co-convener of ISFMG and the president of Indian Geotechnical Society and vice president Asia of ISSMGE. Dr. Marwan Al-Sailei, ISSMG board member for Global Professional Advancement and International Engagement, as well as our guest of honor for today, and our chief guest for today's inaugural ceremony, Honorable Sri Tulsi Ram Silawat, the Minister for Water Resources, Government of Madhya Pradesh. I request all distinguished dignitaries to kindly occupy their seats onto the dais. Welcome you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall commence the inaugural ceremony with Saraswati Vandana, invoking the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the embodiment of wisdom, knowledge, and learning for the success of this symposium. May I request everyone to kindly rise.
नमन शत शत चरण कमलों में तुम्हारे शारदे शारदे। विपुल विद्या दे हमें सब बंधनों से तार दे शारदे। नमन शत शत चरण कमलों में तुम्हारे शारदे शारदे। तोम तन नन दीम तन देरे ना निरे गरे गा पाम गरे निरे गा। तोम तन नन दीम तन देरे ना साने दा पाम गरे सा निरे गा मा पा। कर रहे अर्पित चरण में हम तुम्हें श्रद्धा सुमन। कर रहे अर्पित चरण में हम तुम्हें श्रद्धा सुमन। हर नई रचना हमारी को हृदय का प्यार दे शारदे। विपुल विद्या दे हमें सब बंधनों से तार दे शारदे। नमन शत शत चरण कमलों में तुम्हारे शारदे शारदे। तोम तन नन दीम तन देरे ना निरे गरे गा पामा गरे निरे गा। तोम तन नन दीम तन देरे ना साने दा पामा गरे सा निरे गा मा पा। मांगते आशीष तुझसे सर्जना के नित्य ही। मांगते आशीष तुझसे सर्जना के नित्य ही। कर्म हो जो भी उसे कल्याण का उपहार दे शारदे। विपुल विद्या दे हमें सब बंधनों से तार दे शारदे। नमन शत शत चरण कमलों में तुम्हारे शारदे 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 शारदे।
Thank you for that beautiful invocation, Shar. May I request everyone to kindly remain standing. We shall now move to the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, a timeless Indian tradition that symbolizes the triumph of knowledge over ignorance. May I respectfully invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Guest of Honor, and the distinguished dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the ceremonial lamp.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः परब्रह्म दीप ज्योतिर्जनार्दन दीपो हरतु मे ताप.
Every successful conference begins with a vision, and ISFMG 2026 is a culmination of years of meticulous planning, international collaboration, and dedicated effort. It's therefore my privilege to invite Professor Neelima Satyam, the convener of ISFMG 2026, to deliver the welcome address. A distinguished academic and researcher, Professor Neelima Satyam has made significant contributions to geotechnical engineering, geohazard mitigation, and infrastructure resilience. It is through her vision, leadership, and steadfast commitment that the 12th edition of this prestigious international symposium is being hosted in India. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you so much, Anita. A warm welcome to all of you to this inspiring city of Indore, just being the cleanest and the safest city in the country for very long time. So thank you so much. It's an honor to be here to welcome our guest from across 32 nations today assembled to share the knowledge, experiences, case studies about field monitoring in geomechanics. Before just giving you, I want to go to a little bit of the history, how we started this conference. I think the first email I sent to Andrew was on December 1st, 2020, sending the expression of interest with the support of our former IGS president, Professor Shivakumar Babu, who supported for, bidding. So he's joining us in the afternoon. With that, we started our journey. And me and Anil being in TC220, we bid for it and finally we got it. It's a huge competition. Thanks to TC220 members for their continuous support, especially Andrew and Paul for the last 6 years. So we want this conference not to be just a successful one, because many conferences happen across the world. We really want to make an engagement with the industry and also awareness. So that was the motto with which we started our conference. So we started by creating the buzz with several online webinars, monthly webinars, and that's how a lot of interest has been piled up, especially in the Asian countries, where monitoring, instrumentation monitoring was not considered very serious. But in the country, I should say that we are coming up with recently several standards on monitoring, on tunnel monitoring. We have our code, landslide monitoring, we are part of it as well. So we have been, progressed. Next, I can see the progress that what we have made. So, and coming to this conference, we had around 134 papers we received, and we peer-reviewed 120, which we'll be releasing in the book of abstracts today. And we have very distinguished speakers across the world, and we have taken extreme care to consider EDI as well in selecting our keynote speakers. They are the world leaders in instrumentation and monitoring. And we have 4 workshops which are happening just after our second Dunnicliff lecture. We have our distinguished keynote speakers here today. I welcome you all along with Dr. Giorgio, who is delivering second Dunnicliff lecture after this inaugural. And in addition to that, we also have 27 exhibitors outside who came from different parts, very far, and then they are here to exhibit their products and their systems related to this particular topic of conference. And also, I just want to inform you, in addition to that, we have a technical visit which we arranged within nearby sites, the major infrastructure projects which have been here. And in addition to that, we have a lot of exciting places, social visits have been arranged. And this particular part of the country, this is the central India, which we called as the heart of the incredible India. So we have beautiful places around. So I want all of you not to just engage with the technical content, also please go explore the places around and get the rich culture and our heritage of this particular region of the country. So we have very exciting people here, and I welcome you each one and everyone for this next 4 days of this very intensive technical discussions and collaborations. We also have a gala arranged on 8th evening. So I would like you to join for all the sessions, interact, learn, contribute, and then just go with, a lot of friends. So thank you so much with this very short inaugural, because I don't want to miss. I just want to invite our special guest, our chief guest, Sri Tulsiram Silavatji, who has been support for everything in the state. You say whatever, he will be there. So, sir, welcome to you again, and thank you so much for being with us. And we have our international guest like Marwan. He just reached at 6:30 a.m. and now he is here at 8:30. Thank you so much, Dr. Marwan, for being here. And he'll be leaving tomorrow. So he's very busy in Dubai and taking care of high-rise structures there. And as a TC220 chair, we have Dr. Andrew. Thank you so much, Andrew, and welcome again. He has been the big supporter for this conference to be successful, and I might have troubled you with several emails. Thank you so much. And Dr. Paul, thank you so much. Welcome, Dr. Paul, for being, a big support and to be here with us today. And we have our beloved President, IGS, and ISSMG Vice President, who is very dynamic, and Dr. Anil Joseph. Welcome, Dr. Anil. And I welcome our Honorary Secretary, Dr. A.P. Singh, who will say yes to every chapter. Thank you so much. I also welcome all our friends from the local chapters. There are almost like 39 chapters, they are here to support me. And thank you so much. Welcome to all the members representing Executive Committee of IGS. My friends are here, colleagues, and my colleagues from IIT Indore who were big back support for me, who worked everything behind the screen. And in addition to that, my former students who flew from Norway, US and other places just to be here and support our event. Thank you so much for being, and my present students. There are 40 students from IIT Indore around here. Please, they are with the t-shirts, so they'll be helping you. Please do contact them. I hope your stay will be very fruitful, successful, and very happy. Thank you so much. I welcome you all again to 12th ISFMG, to IIT Indore, and of course to India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Neelima, for your warm welcome and providing insights of the journey which led us all to see this wonderful day. The success of an international symposium such as ISFMG rests on strong professional leadership and global collaboration. It's now my privilege to invite Dr. Anil Joseph, the co-convener of ISFMG 2026, the President of Indian Geotechnical Society and the Vice President Asia of the International Society for Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering to address the gathering. Through his leadership, he has been instrumental in strengthening India's engagement with the global technological community. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning, all of you. Respected Chief Guest of the Day, Sri Tulsiram Silavat, Minister of Water Resource Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Chair of the TC220, Dr. Andrew Ridley, Secretary Paul Button, and our friend who was flew in today morning from Dubai, ISSMG board member and Global Professional Advancement and International Engagement Committee Chair, Dr. Marwan, our Secretary APC, and the one person who nobody welcomed her, the dynamic force behind the entire show, our own Neelima Satyam. Let's give a big round of welcome applause for her. Distinguished guest, Bidasarya sir, K.S. Rao sir, Madhav sir, so many friends who is going to deliver the Dunnicliff lecture. So all the distinguished delegates who has come from 32 different countries, the students, fellow EC members, it's a proud privilege for me to be standing here. And if I roll back my memory, this is one event. Yeah. This is one event which transformed my career in the growth of Indian Geotechnical Society. rolling back 4 years down the line, in 2022, we were in Imperial College London. We didn't have much connection. So we were trying to bid for this conference, 12th International Symposium on Field Mechanics and Monitoring. And we realized that India has to do a lot of things in field monitoring and geomechanics. Still, we have to do a lot of things. And that was the one point we told that give this conference to us. So I thank the entire TC220 members who has given us the opportunity to host this event. And I was running for the president post at that time. And winning this conference made sure that I became the president. So I am very grateful for this conference because they were all impressed that nobody was expecting India to win. So we were able to win this conference and bring it here. So this turned my journey across, and I'm very thankful for this. And special thanks to Neelima and our predecessors, Shivkumar Babu sir, who started the journey, Samadhya sir, who guided us in the process, and we were able to achieve the goal. So when we got this, the only thing was to just hand it over to Neelima. She had taken the journey extremely well. I know it's a very short time, but it's an emotional moment for me. So because this transformed my journey, and we were able to get into the president of Indian Geotechnical Society, and soon I am stepping down. So 10th, the election is coming. There is a maximum span of 4 years a person can be the president. So following the footstep of Bidacharya sir, I'm just completing that. So we'll be stepping down and the new team will take over. The change is the only thing which is constant. So that is going to happen, and I'm sure there are so many people who are ready to take the chair, and we are going to have an intense competition, and I wish the best for everyone to take it over. Coming to this conference, field monitoring is something, and instrumentation where India has to go leaps and bounds up, where we don't measure, we design, we don't have the data. So we have to bring in collaboration with the latest technologies he's going to discuss in this conference in the next 4 days, and we'll have a site visit also. So please, for the youngsters, learn the data, and I always believe engineering is the art of applying knowledge into practice. So don't limit yourself. Whatever we pick it up, let us make sure that we put it in the sites, get the data, and the technology is going so fast that we are going to listen to some of the greatest minds in this area of specialization across the globe. And it's a big platform we have. I especially thank the entire organizing committee team of Indore IGS, especially Bidacharya sir and Neelima and the team, who has done a fabulous job to get the conference here and planned it extremely well to have a next 4 years of good knowledge sharing. And like she told, let us not miss the cleanest city of India, Indore. Please go around, see the city, and make sure that whatever we learn from here, we are putting into practice. And I wish all the very best for the conference, and would like to thank once again Andrew and Paul for entrusting this job. And I have to make a special mention to Marwan, because as I got elected as the Vice President of Asia for ISSMG and took charge, my first assignment was in Dubai. So he called me. I was there in a very night flight, gave the talk there and returned back in the next day, early morning flight. But thank you, Marwan, for giving the opportunity. And it was a very wonderful conference in Dubai they did. And we know there is a huge gap between the technologies in different parts of the world. So when in Imperial College London, thanks to Jamie Standing, we were in the laboratory of Imperial College, and we know how much, and the way the passion which he explained all the instruments, how it is done, how it is measured, and the huge height rooms, especially made with the equipments to that level, it was all an eye-opener for us. So there is a lot of opportunity across the globe, and it is our duty to connect our youngsters to what is the future and bring that technology to India and make sure that we make a change. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are coming in a big way. Tesla can drive a car without a driver. So soon we will come with technology. Without a drill hole, we will be able to predict the behavior of the soil. I wish that happens soon, and proper instrumentation and guidance is very much essential. And I wish all the very best for this conference, and especially all the organizing committee members, and a special note of appreciation to our dynamic secretary, AP Singh, for always being the back pillar for all of us to get the journey moving forward. Thank you all. Thank you very much, and have a great time ahead.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks. One of the distinguishing features of ISFMG is a participation of leaders from across the international geotechnical community. It's now my pleasure to invite Dr. Marwan Al-Sailai, ISSMG Board Member of Global Professional Advancement and International Engagement and the guest of honor of this symposium to share his thoughts with us. An internationally recognized geotechnical engineer and academic, his work has significantly contributed to advancing geotechnical engineering practice, innovation, and international professional collaboration. So I request you to address the gathering.
Thank you so much. First of all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank everybody here. It is my first time here in Indore, beautiful city. I would like for sure to thank Dr. Anil Joseph for his support, inviting me coming here, as well as for sure Professor Nelima, which he did a lot of, in my opinion, the main job with related to this conference from long time. So first of all, it's a great honor to be with you today at the 12th International Symposium on Field Monitoring and Geomechanics here in Indore. I would like, first of all, to contribute or to thank, to congratulate the Indian Geotechnical Society for, and as well as for sure Dr. Anil Cherian, as well as Professor Nalima for bringing us together, and all experts. You can see them here from all over the world coming here to share the knowledge between us. Also, I would like to add, recently we formed a new committee which related to the global advancement, and as well as we call it international engagement. And this is one of the main activities that to be active all over the world. We are trying through this committee to make more like micro-credential and more certification for the geotechnical engineers. We will start now slowly building that, as well as you know, we have a great gap there in the Gulf, or we can call it part of Asia as well. I will work closely with Dr. Anil regarding that. We have a minimum or the less number of geotechnical society there. Recently, we had the first one in the United Arab Emirates in 2023, but still all the countries there in the Gulf, they don't have the geotechnical society. So we are coming here also to work together and to improve the community and put all things together. Thank you for being here, and I wish you a successful conference, and thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marwan. Field monitoring in geomechanics lies at the heart of the symposium. It is therefore most appropriate that we now hear from the leadership of ISSMGE Technical Committee TC220. I have great pleasure in inviting Dr. Andrew Ridley, convener of TC220, to address the gathering. Dr. Ridley is internationally respected for his pioneering work in geotechnical instrumentation and field monitoring, and his leadership continues to shape global practice in this important area. Sir, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, huge congratulations to Nilima and Anil and all of your organizing committee. I think you've done an amazing job, and I'm very much looking forward to this conference. I think it was in 2011 I was approached by John Dunnicliff and Helmut Bock and a few others who were the organizers of the original series of events. And they were concerned at the time, where would we go, and how would this series of conferences continue? And there was an element of press ganging me into doing something about it. They were the elders, and I was a young upstart, so to speak. And I took on the role of trying to keep this series of events moving. And that's how we ended up with TC220. I think you'll all agree that, you know, sort of this conference is testimony to the fact that we've succeeded in keeping this event moving forward. And really, you have raised the bar enormously. I know what it's like to run this event. I did it in London, and it's a very stressful, very intense period in your career. And I think you've done an amazing job. I congratulate you. And I hope, like me, you'll be as proud of what you've achieved. I think, a wonderful job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Supporting the work of Technical Committee TC220 is a dedicated team committed to advancing international collaboration and technical excellence. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Paul Barton, Secretary of TC220. Dr. Barton has been actively involved in advancing international collaboration and knowledge exchange in the field of geotechnical monitoring, and his contributions have helped strengthen the work of the Technical Committee. So I request you to address the gathering.
Well, this is absolutely wonderful. I'm from down south in New Zealand, and 30 hours of travel here is well worth it. I started the journey with what was the FMGM series in 2007 in Boston, and I was highly inspired with John Dunnicliff, Alan Marr, Andrew, all of the people involved through that process. And I may seem a bit younger than some of them, but I've been heavily engaged in this process to better the field monitoring and geomechanics profession across the world. I've been really honoured and humbled by my position and my ability to be able to enable this. And I'm really enjoying it. It's absolutely great. And when you turn up to an event like this, Nilima, and see the participation, the engagement, and the amazing venue that you've put on for this, it really does come through that we have a very special place in the engineering community. Thank you to ISSMGE for their support of TC220. It's been a few years now, but we are still a young technical committee. But we have achieved great things, and this has really moved us forwards, Nilima and team. So I really do thank you for your support for this event and for TC220 into the future. And I'm really looking forward to building on the foundations that many of the people here have built over the years and growing into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barton. It's now my singular honor to invite our chief guest, Honorable Sri Tulsi Ram Silawat, Minister for Water Resources, Government of Madhya Pradesh, India. As the minister responsible for water resources, he oversees a sector that is intrinsically linked to the planning, construction, monitoring, and long-term resilience of critical infrastructure. His gracious presence at ISFMG 2026 underscores the importance of fostering meaningful collaboration between government, academia, industry, and the engineering profession in addressing contemporary infrastructure challenges. Today, we are truly honored by your presence, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a loud round of applause and extending a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Sri Tulsi Ram Silawat ji. All
मंच
to you,
पर
sir.
आसीन डॉक्टर वर्मम जी, डॉक्टर रिटली जी, अनिल जोसफ जी, हम सबको एकत्रित करने वाली प्रोफेसर नीलिमा जी, सिंह साहब, उपस्थित देश विदेश, मध्य प्रदेश और भारत से आए, मैं मध्य प्रदेश सरकार की ओर से, मुख्यमंत्री की ओर से आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। ये हमारे लिए गौरव की बात है कि हमारे राष्ट्र में पहली बार अत्यंत गौरव और प्रसन्नता का विषय है इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी ISFMG 2026 का आयोजन देश में सबसे स्वच्छ, साफ सुथरे इंदौर में हो रहा है। मैं फिर से आपका स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। इस अवसर पर जितने भी अतिथिगण आए हैं, हमारे देश से, विदेश से, वैज्ञानिक, शोधकर्ता, इंजीनियर, नीति निर्माता, उद्योग जगत के प्रतिनिधिगण, शिक्षाविद एवं हमारे राष्ट्र के तरुण विद्यार्थी का इंदौर मध्य प्रदेश में मैं फिर से हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करता हूं। इस संगोष्ठी का आयोजन प्रत्येक 4 वर्षों में एक बार होता है। यह पहली बार है कि इसका आयोजन हमारे राष्ट्र में हो रहा है, इसलिए अपने क्षेत्र में एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण और प्रतिष्ठित अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी हो रही है। मैं इस महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन के लिए आयोजक जरा नीलमा जी के लिए ताली बजा दे जोरदार, और साथ ही आईआईटी की पूरी टीम को मैं मध्य प्रदेश सरकार की ओर से, इंदौर की ओर से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। आप जानते हैं, साथ ही इंडियन इकोलॉजी सोसाइटी, आईजीएस तथा सभी सहयोगी संस्थाओं के अनुसंधान, नवाचार, सुरक्षित, गुणवत्तापूर्ण आधारभूत संरचना के विकास में योगदान की सराहना करता हूं। आज के इस विज्ञान और टेक्नोलॉजी के युग में भारत के निर्माण में हमारी आधारभूत संरचनाएं अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका हम निभा रहे हैं। बांध, जलाशय, नहरें, पुल, राजमार्ग, सुरंगें, विद्युत संयंत्र, सिंचाई परियोजना केवल निर्माण का कार्य नहीं, ये बल्कि ये देश की आर्थिक प्रगति और करोड़ों नागरिकों के जीवन से सीधी जुड़ी हुई व्यवस्थाएं हैं। देश के, हमारे राष्ट्र के गौरव, देश के तेजस्वी ओजस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी के संकल्प से देश के प्रत्येक गांव में हर घर जल की परिकल्पना एवं प्रदेश के ओजस्वी मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर मोहन यादव जी के नेतृत्व में सारी संरचनाओं और सुरक्षा, नियमित निगरानी, समयबद्धता, रख रखाव हमारी सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकताएं में से एक है। विशेष रूप से बांध, जलाशय की निगरानी हमारे लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि देश की आत्मा गांव में बसती है। किसानों की सिंचाई व्यवस्थाएं, अनेक क्षेत्र की जल सुरक्षा जुड़ी हुई है। आधुनिक फील्डिंग मॉनिटरिंग तकनीकी के माध्यम से संरचनाओं में होने वाली संभावित बदलावों, जोखिम की पहचान पहले से की जा सकती है। इसका सीधा लाभ हमें बांध सुरक्षा, जलाशय प्रबंधन, सिंचाई व्यवस्था, बाढ़ नियंत्रण और आपदा प्रबंधन में मिल सकता है। मध्य प्रदेश भारत का हृदय स्थल है। मध्य प्रदेश में जल संरक्षण एवं जल संवर्धन की समृद्धशाली परंपरा रही है। प्रदेश की चंदेल एवं गौड़कालीन जल संरचनाएं प्रणाली न केवल भारत में बल्कि पूरे विश्व में प्रसिद्ध है। नर्मदा, ताप्ती व चंबल जैसी पूर्ण नदियों में सहित मध्य प्रदेश में 207 नदियां का आशीष मध्य प्रदेश को प्राप्त है। इसलिए मध्य प्रदेश को नदियों का मायका कहा जाता है। प्रदेश के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर मोहन यादव जी के नेतृत्व में हमने सिंचाई संसाधनों की बढ़ोतरी, आशातीत सफलताएं पाई है। वहीं तालाबों के पुनर्जीवित एवं उनके जीर्णोद्धार के लिए एक व्यापक कार्यक्रम तैयार किया है। सरकार की प्राथमिकताएं प्रगति जल स्रोतों एवं तालाबों को बचाने की है। इसके लिए हमें मध्य प्रदेश में 47,153 तालाब, 5,839 अमृत सरोवर योजनाबद्ध तरीके से कार्य कर रहे हैं। हमारे प्रदेश में जल संसाधन, कृषि, ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था और विकास का एक महत्वपूर्ण आधार है। इसलिए इस संगोष्ठी में विश्व भर से आए विशेषज्ञों एवं साझा किए जाने वाले अनुभव, शोध, नवीन तकनीकी, सर्वोच्चतम कार्य प्रणाली मध्य प्रदेश के लिए एक विशेष रूप से उपयोगी साबित होगी। एक रीढ़ का पत्थर ये संगोष्ठी मध्य प्रदेश के विकास और प्रगति में ये साबित होगी। आज के समय में किसी भी बड़े लक्ष्य को केवल एक विभाग या एक संस्था के प्रयास से हम प्राप्त नहीं किया जा सकता है। इसलिए सरकार शैक्षणिक संस्थाओं, अन्य संसाधनों, संस्थाओं में उद्योग जगत, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय विशेषज्ञों एवं के बीच मजबूत सहयोग की आवश्यकता महसूस करती है। IIT इंदौर जैसे प्रतिष्ठित, क्योंकि शिक्षा का सर्वोच्च संस्थान में हो रहा है शोध, नवाचार, हमारे लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण अवसर मैडम आपने प्रदान किया। मैं आपका कृतज्ञ हूँ। हमारी अकादमी ज्ञान को जमीनी आवश्यकताओं से जोड़ना होगा ताकि शोध केवल प्रयोगशाला तक सीमित ना रहे, बल्कि उसका लाभ आम नागरिक, किसान, हमारी विकास परियोजनाओं तक पहुंचे। जब पूरी दुनिया जलवायु परिवर्तन, प्रकृति आपदाओं से तेजी से बढ़ती विकास आवश्यकताओं का सामना कर रही है और सुरक्षित और टिकाऊ आधारभूत संरचना की आवश्यकता पहले से कहीं अधिक हम महसूस भी करते हैं और बढ़ भी गई है। हम विकास और सुरक्षा के बीच एक संतुलन स्थापित करते हुए संरचनाओं विकसित करनी होगी। आज की जरूरत पूरी करने के साथ आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए हम इसे सुरक्षित रखें। मुझे विश्वास है ये संगोष्ठी में भाग लेने वाले सभी मुख्य वक्ताओं, वैज्ञानिक, शोधकर्ता, प्रयोग आयोजक, प्रदर्शक, शोध पत्र प्रस्तुत करने वाले प्रतिभागी और सभी प्रतिनिधियों को मैं आर्थिक बधाई और शुभकामनाएं प्रेषित करता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि ये संगोष्ठी से जो प्राप्त ज्ञान, अनुभव हमारे देश तथा मध्य प्रदेश में सुरक्षित, सुदृढ़, टिकाऊ और आधुनिक आधारभूत संरचना के निर्माण के निश्चित रूप से एक महत्वपूर्ण योगदान होगा। मैं देश विदेश से आए सभी अतिथियों से आग्रह करूंगा कि इस अवसर पर साथ साथ इंदौर और मध्य प्रदेश के स्मृत संस्कृति विरासत आत्मीय अतिथियों का अनुभव करें। मैं फिर से आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं, इसी विश्वास के साथ जाने अनजाने में हमारे मध्य प्रदेश में कोई कठिनाई महसूस हो तो उसके लिए मैं क्षमा चाहता हूं और आपकी इस पूरी टीम को विश्वास दिलाता हूं। मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार, देश की सरकार, देश के तेजस्वी ओजस्वी प्रधानमंत्री का संकल्प विकसित भारत का 2047 का कोई ये पूरा कर सकते तो ये संगोष्ठी उसमें नींव का पत्थर साबित हो गई। और नीलिमा जी, कोई भी कठिनाई, हमारा यह आयोजन कितने दिन चलेगा? 5 दिन। कोई भी कठिनाई महसूस हो तो मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार आपके साथ है। कोई भी बाधा, कोई भी अड़चन, आपको कोई तकलीफ नहीं होगी। मैं फिर से आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं। जय हिंद, जय मध्य प्रदेश।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for gracing this inaugural ceremony with your presence and your inspiring address, and for highlighting the importance of sustainable infrastructure development, effective water resource management, and the vital role of engineering innovation in nation building. We are grateful for your words and encouragement to the scientific and engineering community, and for your best wishes for the success of ISFMG 2026, and also for graciously welcoming all our delegates and international delegates to this wonderful state of Madhya Pradesh, India. Thank you, sir, once again. We now come to a significant milestone of this inaugural ceremony, the release of the official publications of ISFMG 2026. May I request the Honorable Chief Guest, the Guest of Honor, and other dignitaries on the dais to kindly join us on this special occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, today, the 12th ISFMG 2026 Book of Abstracts, comprising of abstracts of 134 papers submitted from researchers across the world, of which 120 peer-reviewed papers have been selected for publication in the Springer proceedings, is being unveiled right now before your eyes. A loud round of applause, please. I also request the Honorable Minister to unveil the landslide book authored by Dr. Neelima Satyam and Dr. Kunal Gupta, offering a comprehensive perspective on landslides from fundamental science and physics governing the phenomenon to modern approaches for their assessment, monitoring, and mitigation to unveil. Ladies and gentlemen, yet another book cover is going to be unveiled, the Smart City book. I request the Guest of Honor to do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a loud round of applause to the efforts that has gone behind all of this. Thank you, distinguished guests. Even as we celebrate ISFMG, we now look forward to the next landmark event in the global geotechnical calendar. It's my privilege to invite our distinguished dignitaries for the launch of the official website of the 15th International Symposium on Landslides ISL 2028. I request the Honorable Minister to kindly do the honors of unveiling the website of ISL 2028. The 15th International Symposium on Landslides ISL 2028 will be held in Kochi, Kerala, India from 23rd to 27th October 2028 under the theme Advancing Landslide Knowledge from Fundamental Understanding to Engineering Excellence. Recognized as one of the world's foremost international forums on landslide science, geotechnical engineering, and disaster risk reduction, the symposium has traveled across continents since its inception in 1972. ISL 2028 marks a historic milestone, returning to India after nearly 5 decades. A loud round of applause, please. Following the 3rd International Symposium on Landslides held in New Delhi in 1980, Kochi will become the 2nd Indian city to host this prestigious global event with Dr. Neeluma Satyam as a convener. We congratulate the organizing committee of ISL 2028 and extend our very best wishes for the successful conduct of this landmark international symposium. Thank you all. I request all the dignitaries to kindly take your seats. I now request Dr. Anil Joseph to present a memento to our chief guest as a token of our thankfulness as well as appreciation for honoring and gracing us with this, your presence. Thank you to you, sir. Our sincere appreciation to the Honorable Minister for gracing us with his presence on the occasion of inauguration of ISFMG. I now request Dr. Neeluma Satyam to present a memento to Dr. Marwan Al-Sailei, the guest of honor for today. I request Dr. Anil Joseph to present a memento to Dr. Andrew Ridley, convener of ISSMGE Technical Committee TC220. I now request Dr. Paul Barton, Secretary of ISSMG TC220, to kindly accept our appreciation.
Andrew will introduce you first and then you have to go.
Good luck, good luck. Thank you. I knew.
very ceremonial, isn't it?
Our chief guest today, Honorable Sri Tulsi Ram Silawatji, has been so cordial enough to grace the occasion as well as appreciate all the organizers of this symposium. Thank you, sir, once again. As we come to the close of this inaugural ceremony, it's now my privilege to invite Dr. A.P. Singh, the Organizing Secretary of ISFMG and the Honorary Secretary of Indian Geotechnical Society, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
आदरणीय तुलसीराम सिलावट जी, मुख्य अतिथि आज के। सर, आपके बारे में जितना सुना था उससे कहीं ज़्यादा आपको पाया गया। आपके बारे में दो लोग मुझे विशेष, मैं यहाँ आने के पहले जब तय हुआ कि आप मुख्य अतिथि हैं, तो मैंने बात किया था कि पूर्व AVVP प्रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर राजशरण साहू और सतीश जी से, तो उन लोगों ने जितनी भी बातें आपके बारे में बताई, मैनेजरियल स्किल, संगठनात्मक दक्षता, उससे कहीं 1000 गुना ज़्यादा हम लोग पाए। इसके लिए हम लोग आपके बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं और आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं सर। सो ऑल द डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट, मारवा, एंड्रू, पॉल, प्रोफेसर नीलिमा, Dr. Anil Joseph, most dynamic president and the hand behind all these programs. My sincere gratitude to Madhav sir, all the stalwarts, Madhav sir, Rao sir, Bitsaria sir, and all senior people, our mentors who mentored us and give a proper legacy to carry over this Indian Geotechnical Society to our to the next level. And my thanks, special thanks to Samadhya sir, leading the youngsters, this Vikas Patil sir, Sandeep Deshpande, Lakshmikant Tripathi, all our executive committee members, and youngest volunteer of this program, Sai Pranita. I welcome you all, and my thanks to all for coming and making this program a very successful. So it gives me an immense pleasure and pride to welcome you all for this prestigious International Symposium on Field Monitoring in Geomechanics 2026, organized at a place in the center of two Jyotirlinga, Mahakal and Omkareshwar. So this is a very powerful place from a spiritual point of view, cultural point of view, and political point of view. So I express my thanks to the organizers, and on behalf of the organizing committee, as a secretary of this ISFMG and the Indian Geotechnical Society, I extend my warm welcome to all our national and international delegates who have joined us today here. Geotechnical engineering today is no longer a subject to design on paper. It is to be monitored, and that monitoring can only be done when we are doing the proper instrumentation for the structures like mega structures like tunnel, dam, high-rise, metro, and slopes. Without monitoring, without getting the data, we won't be able to vet whatever design and execution we have done, whether it is safe, sustainable, and economical. So for this conference has been organized. This symposium has been conceived with one very clear objective: to bring together practitioner, researcher, instrument manufacturer, and field engineers on one platform to share experience, challenges, and innovation in the field monitoring. Over the next 4 days, we will hear from the leading experts on topic ranging from remote sensing and IoT-based monitoring to instrumentation in deep excavation, dams, and underground structures. I am confident that the technical sessions, panel discussion, and exhibition will provide valuable insight for all of us. I take this opportunity to thank Silawatji, our chief guest, all our keynote speakers, sponsors, backbone of this program, and the entire IGS fraternity for their constant support. Special thanks to all members of the organizing committee under the able leadership of Professor Nilima Satyam, who's with his very dynamic team of students. Many students came after doing a long journey, like Minu came from Norway just to attend this program, and not only attend but take active part in this program. So to all our young engineers and researchers present here, this is an opportunity to learn from the best of the field. Please interact, ask questions, and build network. Before I conclude, I once again welcome you all and wish that this symposium will lead to a new collaboration, new ideas, better practice in geomechanics. With this, thank you very much and namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. AP Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed with the inauguration of the technical exhibition, an integral part of ISFMG. The exhibition showcases state-of-art technologies, innovative products, advanced instrumentation, and engineering solutions from leading organizations serving the geotechnical and infrastructure sectors. May I respectfully request our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Tulsi Ram Silawatji, to kindly inaugurate the exhibition. May I also request the distinguished dignitaries, delegates, our guests to accompany the Honorable Chief Guest for the inauguration. Ladies and gentlemen, the second Dunnicliff Honor Lecture will commence sharp at 9:55 a.m. in this hall immediately following the inauguration. All delegates are requested to kindly reassemble in the hall for continuation of the technical program.
Is already on.
We shall resume in another 10 minutes. I request all delegates
I can
to
speak.
reassemble in the hall by 9:50 a.m. all the delegates to kindly reassemble in the hall.
I'll ask something like you say something about when I so I'll ask say something.
The lecture, I request all the delegates to kindly reassemble in the hall. A warm good morning once again. We now move on to the technical program of ISFMG. It's my privilege to introduce the second Dunnicliff Honor Lecture instituted in honor of Professor John Dunnicliff, one of the world's foremost pioneers in geotechnical instrumentation and field monitoring. His seminal contributions have profoundly influenced the theory and practice of geotechnical monitoring and continue to inspire engineers and researchers across the globe. This year's Dunnicliff Honor Lecture will be delivered by Dr. Giorgio Pezzetti, an internationally acclaimed geotechnical engineer whose distinguished career spans industry, research, and innovation in the field of geotechnical monitoring. The session will be chaired by Dr. Andrew Ridley, convener of ISSMGE Technical Committee TC220, with Dr. Paul Barton, Secretary TC220, serving as a co-chair. I invite you, sirs, onto the stage. May I now invite Dr. Andrew Ridley to kindly take over the proceedings.
Thank you very much. One of the first things that we did as a TC when we were established in 2019 was to inaugurate the Dunnicliff Honor Lecture. It's something that all TCs are entitled to do. And we deliberated a little while over who to name this lecture after, but really there was only one person that you could choose, for this, and that was John Dunnicliff. For those of you who maybe don't know John, I imagine there's not many in the room that didn't know him, but maybe some of the younger people here, I thought it's worth just going over a few of John's many, many achievements. The first, I guess, that everybody really knows John for is the Red Book, the textbook on geotechnical instrumentation for monitoring field performance. I think I have about 3 copies of this because I keep one in everywhere that I happen to be. It's a constant reference. It's amazing that this was written 40 years ago because there's so much relevance still in this book. And I really encourage anybody in this room who doesn't have a copy, go and get a copy because there's so much information in there. You'll learn so much. John was often asked to rewrite the Red Book, and he fervently said, no way am I going to rewrite this book. And I understand that. I wrote a PhD and I vowed never to do this sort of thing again. It's quite an undertaking to write a book. And our field changes so rapidly. And John thought there's just no way that you can keep up with this subject. But what he did was he introduced this series of invited papers he called it Geotechnical Instrumentation News, and it was published by the Canadian Geotechnical Society in collaboration with a journal. And he invited people 4 times a year to send him papers. He would edit those papers and present this as a quarterly journal almost. And there are some 90, nearly 100 or so editions of this. And they're all available on the Canadian Geotechnical Society website. And I encourage you to go and read them. Because again, I find there's so much information in there. I've actually printed out all of the copies and put them in a binder because it's like having another book. And I'm constantly referring to it. And John, being the great innovator and thinking to the future, he successfully handed this over to Pierre Choquette from the Canadian Geotechnical Society, also at RST and Orica. And Pierre is carrying this forward now with John's grace. John was involved in the Manual of Geotechnical Engineering. This is an Institution of Civil Engineers publication. And he wrote one of the chapters in this book. And again, a very, very good reference point. If any of you young engineers in the room want to know something about instrumentation, go and read this chapter because there's a lot in there. It was rewritten a few years ago with the assistance of Professor Standing, who's in the room here, and updated. But it's a great reference point. Many of you might have known John's courses. He inaugurated this course in the US many years ago. I attended several of them in the US and in the Netherlands, and also most recently in Italy. And again, John, being the great innovator and looking to the future, he successfully passed on that legacy to Paolo Mazzanti and Giorgio Pazzetti, who's in the room, and they're carrying it forward now. And I'm every time that course is run, there's always a reference to John. Some of you may have known John for the projects that he worked on, most notably probably the Boston Central Artery, but he also worked throughout the world in Hong Kong and many other countries. But really, I think it's this series of lectures that hopefully will keep his name in the light. I think, you know, sort of one of my great thoughts when these people pass away is you've got to keep the name there. You've got to keep people knowing about who these people were. And I think inaugurating this lecture in the name of John was a great thing to do. I'm extremely pleased that John knew about this because we inaugurated this lecture shortly before John passed away. and I was able to inform him a few months before he sadly passed away. He was incredibly honoured and pleased. And in his inimitable style, I've taken these words from the email that he sent me when I told him, you know, sort of he was really very honoured to get this this lecture named after him. And I think the words there really sum up John's sentiment. So, moving on to our second Dunnicliff Honour Lecturer. Give a formal introduction to the lecture now. Giorgio Pezzetti was born in Bergamo, Italy in 1954. He graduated from the Politecnico di Milano University in 1979 with a degree in civil engineering. In 1980, he began working at ISMUS, the Experimental Institute for Models and Structures, also in Bergamo. ISMUS was well known for as a research institute owned by Enel, Italy's largest power company, and was responsible for testing many of the world's large dams. His initial assignment was in the structural division, where he was in charge of laboratory and in situ tests on structural elements and performance monitoring of a variety of structures. In 1982, he joined the newly established Geotechnical Instrumentation and Investigations Division at ISMUS, where he focused on instrumentation and monitoring technology, specifically designed for geotechnical engineering applications, large-scale tests, and long-term performance of completed structures. During this period, he was involved in a broad spectrum of relevant and challenging instrumentation projects in Italy and worldwide, perhaps most notably helping to stabilize the Leaning Tower of Pisa. In 1996, he was appointed head of Geoenvironmental Monitoring Unit at ISMUS. He left ISMUS to work in private industry in 2000, first as a founder of Field, a service company specializing in geotechnical and structural instrumentation and monitoring services, and since 2003 as a consultant with his own company, where he works alongside his daughter, Sylvia. Throughout his career, Giorgio has played a leading role in educating the engineers of tomorrow about the importance of high-quality instrumentation and monitoring. He has served on the ISO working group responsible for drafting international standards on geotechnical instrumentation since it was formed in 2010. And he was also a regular contributor to John Dunnicliff's courses. Together with Professor Paolo Mazzanti, he's carried this on through the world-renowned international course on structural and geotechnical monitoring. As if that isn't enough, he's been alongside me as the vice chair of ISSMGE TC220 since it started in 2019, and I'm extremely thankful for the support he's given to me. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me enormous satisfaction to invite Dr. Giorgio Pezzetti to deliver the second ISSMGE Dunnicliff Honour Lecture. Giorgio.
Thank you, Dr. Ridley. May I now request Professor Dr. Marwan Al-Said to kindly welcome our Dunnicliff Honour Lecturer, Dr. Giorgio Pezzetti, with a bouquet of flowers.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That's very good.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Andrew, for your introduction. Thank you to the organizing committee of this symposium for the wonderful organization of the 12th ISFMGM. Thanks to the TC220 members who selected me for this prestigious lecture, I am really honored to be here today delivering this lecture. And a special thanks to Professor Nilima, who supported me in the last month when I continuously bothered her with my request regarding my lecture. So thanks, Nilima, for your support. And finally, a special thanks to Dr. Anil Joseph, because this morning in his introduction, he mentioned the term art, referring to the knowledge. And this helped me in confirming the idea of the title of my presentation, that is the art of understanding. I do hope that you will realize why I am calling this the art of understanding. Well, of course, I have to start remembering John Dunnicliff. Of course, I want to remember him for his red book that has been already mentioned by Andrew. But I want to especially to remind and thanks John for what he did through the concept of the systematic approach to planning monitoring programs. It seems quite normal that as an engineering activity, we plan what we do. But unfortunately, this is not the case for monitoring, which has always or many times considered something different from engineering activity, and so not planned as it should be. So thanks, John, for this heritage that you left us. And thanks because he inspired me with the idea of keeping every detail under control. He was very active in this, and I remember that during the preparation of the courses that have been mentioned by Andrew, I sent him my slide for the presentation, and he reviewed continuously to check all small details. And this is something that I remember. And this is something which introduced the concept that looking at details, through the details, we have to remember that monitoring must answer questions. And since we are dealing with many different types of projects or structures, which one of them have different problems, we have to be very keen on small details which can make the real difference. Sometimes the difference between success or failure is due to some small details. So we have to always consider that details are something which are probably the most important part of our activity. So we have to answer questions. Why questions? Because there is something that we don't know, some unknowns. I had the permission from Alan Marr, who was the first John Dunnicliff honor lecturer, to use this slide that he presented in London 4 years ago regarding the problem of the unknowns. Why? Because we have different type of unknowns, or something that we don't know, or something that we have to understand. We have what is called the known knowns. That means what we know about something. The known unknowns, what we know to be unknown. We know that there is something that we don't know and we have to understand. There are unknowns, what we don't know. Something that, let me say, can happen, or something that we are not able to understand and consider. Or the missed knowns. What we know, but we missed, error and omission. How many times we miss something in our activity? And the unknown knowns, what the other know, but we fail to acknowledge. Defective judgment. So we have this as reference, and if we look at this from the analytical point of view, is like to have a system of equation to solve where sometimes the number of unknowns is greater than the number of equations that we have. That means that we cannot solve it. And this means that our knowledge of the world that we are dealing with is limited. We don't know everything about what is around us. So, how we solve this problem? We can solve trying to understand. Understand means to know something, to know what is happening around. And I like very much this pictures. You recognize probably Professor Peck, Ralph Peck, and his colleagues looking at something, checking, trying to see from by their eyes what is going on in order to understand. So we have to understand. So we started from question to answer. We realized that our knowledge is limited, that we need for understanding. But how we can solve the problem if the analytical solution is not possible? We have to change completely our approach. And we have to use two, I don't know how to say, two capabilities that we have, the genius and ingenuity. What are they? Genius is what we can call intuition, is a person characteristics, disposition, natural inclination, or temperament, something that is inside us and enable us to understand, to know something. And ingenuity or skill is the ability to invent things or solve problems in intelligent new ways. And this probably is exactly what we have to use when we approach a problem that cannot be solved analytically. So we have to use our ingenuity and, of course, our genius. And when we are able to put together these two abilities in the best possible way, I say that we reach the level that we are doing something which can be called art of understanding. And again, thanks to Dr. Anil Joseph for using the word art. I was a little bit scared when I decided to use this term because I was not sure that it would have been something that was accepted. But now I'm sure it is the right term. So the art of understanding. The fact that I was a little bit scared is that probably when we think about art, we think about something like a nice statue, a nice painting, a melody, a music, something like that. But as the definition of art I reported here says, is a creative and imaginative human expression that uses skills, we saw before, and techniques to produce visual, auditory, or performative works. So it's not just a nice, a wonderful statue, but it's something more, because in order to reach that level, the author of that statue, that was Antonio Canova, has used his skill and his ability, that means his genius and ingenuity, to prepare it. This is the mock-up, the model that he did using plaster, by using plaster, you can modify, you can correct something. When you prepare when you work on the marble, you cannot change what you have done. If you make some mistake, you have to throw away everything. So he prepared a mock-up, and you see all these red dots are reference points he used to measure, and he measured the position of each point to reproduce them exactly on the marble in order to be sure that the result was exactly as expected. This is something that, in my opinion, is genius. Moreover, in the past, they used, when preparing a statue, to control it. You see here these plumb lines. They've been used to control the verticality and the dimensions by measuring the distance between the plumb line and the statue. And if I put here some numbers, the level of accuracy they reached was quite high, or very, very high. This is, again, genius and ingenuity. And it was done hundreds of years ago without the instrument we have today. But there is something more. Another example. This is the Santa Maria del Fiore Church in Florence, and this is the very famous dome designed by the architect Filippo Brunelleschi, who was asked to build it when the church was already constructed to the level of the level of the starting point of the dome. And since the dimensions were so big, the diameter of the dome is 45 meters inside diameter and 54 outside diameter, was so big that it was not possible at that time to create a scaffolding inside, a wooden scaffolding inside, to support the material during the construction. So he had to invent something to avoid using scaffolding. And he made his own analysis, calculation, design, and he came out with a solution which avoided to use a scaffolding by using a new technique of self-supporting type of dome, which avoided to use internal scaffolding, but only use some scaffolding to support people during the construction. Moreover, due to the dimension of the dome and the height, you have to consider that the top of the dome is at 115 meters. He designed and built all the equipment, the machinery that have been used to rise up materials. And he designed his own instrument for controlling the construction. Is this genius, ingenuity? And the result is a piece of art. But this was roughly in the 14th, 15th century. But even if we look back, because I'm convinced that in order to advance, we have always to look back, and we have to learn from the past. If we look back, we have some very interesting example that we have to consider. For example, this is our planet, Earth. And this man, Eratosthenes, tried or wanted to define the radius of our planet. He studied a method to define it, and it was a very simple method. Probably you know it very well. So he said in a specific day of the year, when in a place the sunshine is exactly on the zenith, the rays are perpendicular to the Earth. But if you move apart, the rays of the sun will be a little bit inclined. And you can measure this inclination by a stick and measuring the shadow produced by the inclined ray. The inclination, the angle, is exactly the angle between the two positions. By knowing the distance between the 2 points, he calculated the distance, the radius of the Earth. He calculated using the units, measuring units at that time, and by transforming those units in meters or kilometers, he obtained this value of the radius. Well, more than 2,000 years later, Irene Fisher, an Austrian American scientist, by using satellite images and measurement, measure or define the radius of the Earth in 1960, and is the value that we are using nowadays. And she found that the radius is 6,379.16 kilometers. The difference between the two is less than 1%. So 2,000 years ago, someone has been able to define the radius, or let's say to measure the radius with an accuracy which is less than 1% less than the, let me say, the real or the actual one. Fantastic. Again, 10,000 years later, approximately in year 995, another scientist, it was a Persian scientist, Al-Biruni, made another calculation, and sorry. And by using a different technique, he calculated a radius which was 0.6% less than the actual one. Fantastic accuracy. If you consider the instrument they used at that time. And this trigger, I hope, it triggered in our mind the idea that is not the instrument itself which produces, I would say, the right solution, but is something more. Anyway, many others during the past centuries measure the radius of the Earth, obtaining different values. If we plot these values, which have been, as I said, calculated using different instruments, starting from a very simple one, Eratosthenes and others, to some very basic geodetic instrument, to satellites. If we plot this, we have this graph where the red dots are representing the radius in kilometers, and the blue dots are representing the difference in percentage referred to the actual value. We see that Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni did something very accurate. Someone made some big mistakes, probably. But what is interesting to know, or to get out from this plot, is that we can consider the first part of the measurement had been made by using basically trigonometry only, and the second part, geodesy. That means that here the accuracy was due mainly to the operator, let's say, to the man who has measured. Here, when the instrument become more and more accurate, all the results are closer to each other, because when you have good instrument, of course, it is easier to get good results. And this is something that, again, has to trigger in our mind something. That it is true that the good results are related to those who take measurement, but it is also important to have good instrument if you want to collect good results. So we have always to combine these two. And this is why, again, I think that the two properties, genius and ingenuity, must be together in order to proceed in this in our activity. Another example, this is very nice, I like this very much, is the definition of a meter. We all use meter to measure something. Probably you know the story of the meter, how it was defined. The first definition of the meter goes back to the 18th century, and exactly in 1791, and it was defined as 1/10 millionth of the distance from the equator to the North Pole through Paris. Okay, this was the definition. In order to support this definition, measurement has been done. Anyway, that was the definition at that time. The definition that we are using nowadays is this one, which is a little bit more complicated to understand, but we will see what the results. Okay, so in order to measure or to define the meter according to this definition, the Academy of France launched an expedition led by two scientists, Jean-Baptiste Delambre and Pierre-François Méchain, to measure, really measure on the ground the distance between Dunkirk, north of French, to Barcelona. And they said, we have to measure this distance, and by knowing the latitude of the 2 points, we can calculate, we can measure the distance, we know the angle, and by knowing the angle, we can calculate the distance between North Pole and equator. Well, this expedition started to measure this and took 7 years to complete the measurement. You can imagine at that time using instruments like this, measuring more than 1,000 kilometer distance through mountain, forest, river, cities, complete very difficult environment. They took 7 years, and the result was that the meter they calculated was 0.2 millimeter shorter than the one we are using now. 7 years of measurement, very simple instrument. Need of maintenance of the instrument during 7 years, of calibration of them during 7 years. But they succeeded, and they obtained 0.2 millimeter difference. Is this something impressive? It is due to the instrument itself? No, due to something more. So what this man and woman got is something that, in my opinion, is mainly due to their genius and ingenuity. Of course, by using the right instrument. So the point of my presentation is that, as in the title, I consider monitoring or measurement the art of understanding, as I try to explain. But what is understanding? These are two definitions I got, which are quite interesting. Understanding means knowledge about a subject, a situation, to know something. And the second one is even interesting, clear thinking. If we understand something, we have a clear view of it. So this is, and if we want to try to elaborate it a bit, the concept, we can say that understanding is the identification of the nature, origin, and evolution of phenomenon. We are measuring phenomena. So we have to identify the nature, origin, and evolution. We have to know the limitation and unknowns. Go back to the unknowns. We have to know which are the unknowns. We have to evaluate error, live with them, and manage them. We always have to deal with error. There is nothing without error, no measurement without error. We know very well this. And we have to live with the error. We have to know them. We have to consider. We have to be able to explain why. If you are able to explain why something is happening and why is happening that way, it means that you understand the phenomenon you are dealing with. And this is something very important in our profession, we have to support decision. If we have a clear view of a phenomenon, if we know the phenomenon, if we understand the phenomenon, we are able to support those who have to take decisions. Think about the early warning system or something like that. We have to provide data, provide information to support those who have to take decisions. And that's quite important. How to do that? Andrew, in my presentation, said that I have been working at an institute in Italy called ISMES, Istituto Sperimentale Modelli e Strutture, Models and Structure. And this is the way, at that time, we are here in the year, in the 60s or 70s. I was not there at that time. But at that time, when computers were not available, when finite element method or model were not available, they used to build physical models, trying to understand the behavior of a structure. You remember the dome of Brunelleschi in Florence and the small wooden model, the picture of the whole of the small wooden model. That was a model that Brunelleschi used to understand the behavior of the dome. Again, here, 500 years later, we built models to understand the behavior. And by instrumenting the models and applying loads to the model, they have been able to understand the behavior and to realize where are the critical points and which was the maximum applicable load, let's say, for example. And these are examples of dams, bridges, buildings, and so on. And the models, see, sometimes are quite big models. This is the model of the Vajont Dam in Italy. And the model itself is 7.5 meter height, something like that. And models were tested not only as a structure, but together with the surrounding soil or rocks, the abutment where the dam is founded, in order to analyze and understand the behavior. Here there is a short movie. Unfortunately, it is very old, from the 60s, where you see the construction of the model, the measurement taken by mechanical devices, and the first electronic recording systems in order to understand the behavior of the dam, to measure the level of strain, for example. These are mechanical strain gauges that have been used at that time. And you see, the strain gauges move at an indicator which moves. And the guy here is painting the cracks that open until the failure. So by comparing the applied load to the measurement of stress, the behavior of the dam was understood. Or another example. This is the Leaning Tower of Pisa, mentioned by Andrew. Everyone probably knows it. And you know that it is leaning. Unfortunately, it was continuously leaning, and it let's say 20 years ago, or more than 20 years ago, a scientific committee was established in order to analyze the situation of the tower, and they found out that we were very close to a possible point of failure. So it was necessary to intervene and to avoid the failure of the tower. A lot of studies have been developed on the tower, on the Pisa Tower. Probably someone here in this room has worked on it. It was a very complex problem, not mainly for the structure itself, but from the point of view of the soil behavior. After studying the problem, it was decided how to intervene in order to stabilize, or better, in order to reduce a little bit the tilt of the tower and giving the tower longer lifetime. The intervention was mainly based on a temporary application of counterweight on this side in order to avoid or to limit the tilt. And the final solution was to take out material from beneath the tower, beneath the foundation, in order to induce a counter settlement which stabilized a little bit the tower. And it was calculated that a settlement of approximately 170 millimeter was necessary to reduce the tilt of 0.5 degrees. 0.5 degrees due to the height of the tower means approximately half a meter on the top. Okay, this was the idea, but of course it has to be controlled or measured some way. So this half degree or half a meter meant that the total stresses or the contact stress between the foundation and the soil have been changed, increasing on one side and decreasing on the other one. And this one was one of the most critical points to consider, because measuring the tilt is quite easy. You can use a clinometer, you can use pendulum, you can use geodetic measurement. It's quite easy. But how can you measure the level of the contact strain, stress, beneath the foundation? It is not possible. So again, as you have seen for the dam, it was decided to build a model of the foundation. This is the model foundation, approximately 6 meter in diameter slab, to install some total pressure cells, build the slab and loading the slab, and then excavating in order to induce the settlement. Well, the problem was how reliable can be the measurement of the contact pressure. We all know that the contact pressure, or the pressure, is one of the most critical parameters to measure in geotechnical monitoring. And so that was a challenge. And the solution came from a long discussion that we had with the technical committee, and mainly with Professor John Barlam from Imperial College, who suggested to use a special technique that is presented here very simply in this picture, using, first of all, larger diameter cells and protecting them with a thin layer of plastic, which added the scope of reducing or avoiding the problem of the possible gap between the cells and the concrete due to the change in volume of the cells during concrete curing and subsequent reduction when the temperature went down. So it was done. The model was built and tested, and the result have been used to control the deformation, the back deformation of the town. It is something that, again, is the result of discussion and the result of the intuition of Professor John Barland, is the result of the skill of those who have worked there. Another example, this is something different. This is a dam, big dam. Nowadays, if we want to measure the deformation of the dam or the crest, for us it's quite easy. We ask a satellite to take a picture, and from the picture from the satellite, we have all the information. And we can go back in the past by satellite. So if we take a picture today, we can compare the situation today with the situation maybe 20 years before. But at that time, we are at the beginning of the 70s, it was not possible. So someone has invented a system which is described in the Red Book. This picture is taken from the Red Book, which was called the double fluid our settlement gauge, which uses a hose running on the crest in which mercury was injected, and the pressure, I'm just trying to simplify the description, the pressure exerted by the column of mercury was proportional to the settlement. We started from 0 when it was perfectly horizontal. When settlement occurred, we have a column of mercury which applies a certain pressure. And that was another interesting solution which was developed specifically for a purpose. Again, genius and ingenuity. And this is the equipment. This is the real equipment. This is the scheme, the original scheme produced at that time, and there's some measurement. Moreover, something very simple. In order again to measure in a dam the horizontal deformation. When you have a dam, which is this dam at the base is more than 1 kilometer wide. When you are dealing with that, how can you measure the movement inside the core or inside the body? How you measure the horizontal deformation? The solution which has been developed at that time was to install some reference plate with cable, steel cables, inside a hose, inside the conduit, which goes to the end of the dam, to the face of the dam, and up inside a box. And inside the box, we have counterweights. So if one point moved, let's say, downstream, the specific counterweight moved down because the distance was decreasing. And so by measuring the position of the counterweight, it was possible to understand the magnitude of the deformation. Very simple solution. Sometimes simple solutions are the best one. And here we don't need to measure 1 millimeter of deformation. So another point is that we have to know which is the level of accuracy we need. But there is another man we have to thank. This is André Cohen. He is the one that has developed and patented the vibrating wire sensor, which is the sensor that we normally use and we consider to be the most reliable in the world. So he was a dam designer, and he wanted to understand, to measure the behavior of his design, if of his dams, the dams he designed, and he developed and patented this vibrating wire sensor. We are now using in many different type of instruments, which are used nowadays as normal instruments. So another man who used genius and ingenuity to solve a problem, because he had the need to understand the behavior of his design. But the title of the presentation is the art. Why art again? I repeat the definition because nowadays the art of understanding, or the art of setting up a system which enables us to understand something, is the capability of putting together such a large number of information coming from different type of instruments, which sometimes, if not correctly organized and understood, create more problem than the one they solve. So the art is to be able to understand which is the scope, how many instruments we have, which type, how to collect data, how to put together data, and how to present the data. When we are able to do that in the best possible way, we are doing something which can be called art of monitoring. An example, courtesy from NGI, from our friends we are here. Imagine a structure like this. This is an offshore platform based on foundation, which was made by a number of caissons which penetrate into the seabed in order to stabilize, in order to create the foundation of the structure. And these caissons, or skirt piles as they are called, have been heavily instrumented, as all the structure itself. And here the art was to put together all these different type of instruments, to collect all the information, to provide the owner of the structure all the information to assess the safety, the stability of the platform. And these are the results that I've been able to collect from the measurement, and again from models which have been tested in order, before the construction, of course, in order to get the feeling, to get to understand how this skirt pile behaves. And something similar has been done onshore by building a concrete skirt pile, 10 meter high, 5 meter in diameter, which has been penetrated into the soil using a water ballast on top and measuring skin friction, horizontal pressure, skin friction, pore pressure, and so on, in order to understand the behavior of such a structure during the installation. You see here the reference instrument, just to measure the penetration of the skirt. Anyway, these were the design calculation, and these are the result from the measurement. This is the resistance to penetration. This is the base resistance. This is a skin friction outside and inside. By comparing the results obtained by instruments to the design hypothesis, it was possible to understand the behavior of the case. That's another interesting case. Last case that led me to go into a next step is this test, again from NGI, test on reference, or on an anchoring block weighing 130 ton, which had to be installed at the bottom of a fjord. And the purpose was to measure the settlement of this anchoring block into the bottom of the fjord. And the intuition on how to solve the problem was very simple. You see here, they attached some arms to the block. To the arms, it is mounted a sort of reservoir with a hose and a pressure transducer here. When the block touches the bottom, we have a sort of head of water, or hydraulic head from the reservoir to the transducer, and that was the zero reference point. During the settlement of this block, this hydraulic head changed, increased, and it was possible to monitor this during time. Very simple, but very useful. But the point that I want to stress with this is another one, is that the result of such a test had been presented by Helmut Biagio and his colleagues in this form, which is the famous one-page report. One-page report is something that was, let's say, introduced by Professor Peck. And he said, if you can't reduce a difficult engineering problem to just one A4 sheet of paper, you will probably never understand it. This is exactly the summary of what I'm trying to give you. That your knowledge, your understanding of the phenomenon has to be at such a level that one page is enough to describe everything. You don't need to write pages and pages and pages of report to describe something. That means that if you do that, it means that probably you have not the clear view of the situation. If you are able to summarize everything in one page, you have a clear view. You remember the clear thinking definition of understanding. So that's another important point. And introduces what I call the art of communicating. That means to be able to do all these things, but mainly to know what is worth, be able to explain why and how, why and how to do, and take responsibility. Back again to the problem of responsibility. If we are able to do that, we can take responsibility. And this is the art of presenting data. Nowadays, we have many different possibilities to present data. This is a very simple example. An embankment or a earth dam. The problem was to measure the settlement, and the solution was to use a chain of settlement plates, or what, as we call it, telltales instrument. So just some rods with transducer, which measure the settlement of each layer of construction. How to present data? You can present data in this way. This is the embankment I. The green line is the measurement, and the black line are the back analysis. This is a way to present data, but we can do better than that. For example, we can present data in this way. This is the expected or the design settlement. The green is this back analysis, and black is, in this case, different. In this case, black are the measurements. And this is something which tells us something more, or better, immediately we can realize that we are, let's say, far away from the limit. So we immediately understand the behavior of that embankment. Well, but we can do more than that. If we plot the results in this way, we have the settlement, the embankment height. This is the expected or design settlement, and these are the measurement for the same position at different time. Each line is different time and at different height. So we immediately see how they tend to go to the expected behavior. But we can do something more. We can add to this. This is a sort of cumulate settlement, but we can also have something similar to what we do with inclinometer, the local contribution to the total settlement. And here, if this line were vertical, means that the contribution of each step is constant. If it is changing, means that the material is stronger or weaker. So immediately we understand what is happening. But we can do something more. If we analyze a specific height, we can compare the stresses to the deformation, to the embankment height, and in some way calculate modulus of the material during the construction. And this helps in analyzing the result. Something more again, but using the same data. By analyzing a single point, if, in this case, we had the possibility of observing a period of no construction or no increase in embankment height, to measure, to monitor what happened during that period. And because that was a winter break of the construction, it was possible to measure, to monitor what happened during that period. This is a sort of, forgive me for this, sort of consolidation which provide us other information about the behavior of the dam. Of course, here we can also measure or monitor the pore pressure to be compared with the set. So this is something more. We started from very simple way of presenting data, and we came out with this. And this enabled the designer to optimize the parameters to be used into the back analysis and even for future activity. And what we have seen is something probably much more than just presenting data in this way. So presenting data is really a sort of art. Nowadays, we have a lot of tools that we can use for presenting data. This is something that at the beginning of my career was not possible. At the beginning, we just had tables and some plots. Nowadays, you can use the many different ways, and you can select the most appropriate. But remember this, that when you are able to use in one page, you know everything. And moreover, the best data presentation is the one that allows users to understand and to decide. Doesn't matter if it is a manual plot or something like this. You have to know exactly what is needed, not just produce this because you have the software for this. Sometimes this is too complicated to understand, but sometimes it's useful. So we had a sort of path through the time. We started from some very simple instrument for measuring the radius of the Earth, something for measuring the meter. We had the models, we had the instrument, the electronic instrument, we have satellite. Nowadays, we are using a computer and software. So what will be the future? I don't have the sphere to say what will be in the future, but I can guess. I can guess that The future will be something like this. It has already been presented before, probably by Anil. It means that in the future, fortunately, we will have the possibility to have, let's say, instrument embedded into the structure, already embedded into the structure. And the matter will be how to collect and how to use all this data. But that's probably will be the future, and something is happening even nowadays. And so the art of understanding, if we have a satellite, if we have something like the fiber optic network or the cellular phone network, I think that one of the future, or one of the main activity in the future for us as monitoring persons, monitoring people, will be how to use all these instruments which are already available, because fiber optic are available everywhere, are already installed for different purposes, but we can use them for our purpose. Cell phones, the same. Two examples. This is an example, is a project followed by the Instituto Geográfico Nacional de España, probably Joseph know him, where the fiber optic which connect Spain to the Isles are used to measure the seismic activity of the area and to detect possible earthquakes. But the cell phones that we have in our pocket are a very powerful instrument for detecting earthquakes. Probably you know that it is something that is already existing and it's working. Someone has developed, let me say, a software which collects data from millions of cellular phone, which have an accelerometer inside, analyze all this data and are able to detect earthquakes by measuring P and S wave reaching the cell phones. It is something which has been used, for example, or was used in Venezuela when the earthquake happened recently, and it was used and it worked. Unfortunately, nowadays, the difference in time between the moment the earthquake, the seismic waves reaches the instrument and the problems to the structure is limited to a few seconds. But who knows, maybe in the future we will be able to develop something which will improve our capability of predict what is happening. So this probably will be the future. And I report here something which I consider very interesting, is a vision from Professor Kenichi Soga. He did this recently in Vienna at the International Society of Solid Mechanics conference, and he said something which I consider very, very important. He said, recent advances in sensing and communication are reshaping how geotechnical engineers monitor the ground and geotechnical structure. Designing, constructing, maintaining, and upgrading these systems now demands for fresh thinking to reduce material, energy, and labor. All these new technologies must be used to reduce the impact on the environment, the energy consumption, and the labor. This is another interesting scope of the future instrumentation. Achieving this goal requires a deeper understanding of performance enabled by innovative monitoring. Again, understanding. And next generation of geotechnical system will be driven by smarter information, what we have seen. Rich and continuous data from many embedded sensors to wide other satellite observations. So we will have satellite observation, fiber optic spread all over the world, but we also have contact instruments. We have a piezometer, extensometer, inclinometers. We have to be able to put together all this information in order to go forward. When coupled with advanced analytics, this data can catalyze new approaches to design, construction, operation, maintenance, and reuse of geotechnical structures. I think that this vision from Professor Soga is quite interesting, and I think we can agree with him on this for the future. So if we want to summarize a little bit the difference between today and tomorrow, today, when we have to set up a system, monitoring system, we have to think about selecting instrument, installing, define installation procedure, how to communicate from the instrument to a point where data are collected. We have to think about precision, accuracy, and so on, how to work on data, how to maintain the system, and how to updating or replacing the system. In the future, if we use those systems like satellite and so on, instrument will be already available. The reliability and quality is something that we have to accept. Data will be available to anyone. The accuracy is stated by someone. We cannot say that we want to change the accuracy of a satellite because I need 1 millimeter instead of 1.1. That's it, and we have to use that. Data processing tools are almost available. We have no maintenance problems and no need for updating or replacement because someone else is thinking about that. When a satellite is old, it will be replaced by another one. We don't have to take care about it. We just receive information. It's like to have a piezometer, which is continuously changed when he goes out of order. We don't have to care about that. Someone else is. So if this will be the situation, you can say, okay, the famous chain, which is inside the Red Book, the systematic planning, will not more useful. Not at all. Because out of all the points, all the rings of the chain, what I have just presented is covering only few of them. But what is really important is, let me say, by generalize, is the design of the system and the capabilities of using data. So we have to concentrate on something different, and this will be probably the future. How we will use our resources in the future. White is today and blue is tomorrow. The design nowadays is something which is neglected, but in the future even less, because we don't have to design probably anything if we accept exactly what someone else is giving us. Implementation, this will be a big difference. Nowadays, we spend a lot of resources to implement, that means to install instruments, to collect data. In the future, we will receive data, and we don't have to care about the instruments. The same for management. We don't have to manage a satellite. Data processing, something similar. Reporting, if we know how to prepare a report, will be something similar. Maintenance, something that nowadays require a lot of resources, in the future probably not. So if we save resources, where or how we use these resources? Almost finished. How to use? First, the design. Again, this is from Kenichi Soga. I always stress this point. We need to design monitoring systems. We are engineers. We are used to design something. I don't understand why, when we deal about monitoring system, no one is considering the design. And design is not paid for. In the bill of quantity, in the contract, design is neglected. So we have to use the resources that we will have available in the future to design systems, to integrate technologies, because we have a very nice technology like satellite and so on, but before they will substitute an instrument like a piezometer or extensometer, it will take a lot of time. We have to use our resources for back analysis, because this is a very important point, because because that monitoring data, which are not used to back analyze the behavior of something, are useless. And sorry, disaster. The flooding now. And in the future, we will have to deal with artificial intelligence. I'm quite old, so I am a little bit skeptical about artificial intelligence. My idea is that, unfortunately, the fact that it has been called artificial intelligence is biasing our idea. Because nowadays, I think it is more a tool than a solution to something. Why this? An example. A few weeks ago, I was working on landslide data. I had a lot of data to analyze, and they started, unfortunately, the picture, the quality of the figure are not so good. I started analyzing data, starting from a lot of Excel sheets, blah, 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 and I started working on them, collecting them, and comparing with some satellite data. Well, a younger colleague told me, why don't we try to use artificial intelligence? I said, if you are able, why not? He prepared a data set. He sent this data set to, I don't know where and who, and the result in few minutes or hours was something unbelievable for me. He produces these 3D maps comparing the digital terrain model to the measurement, to the satellite images and everything. So in, let's say, seconds, he solved the problem that would have required hours or days from a single person. And this is called artificial intelligence. But is it artificial intelligence? Or is it just a very powerful tool? I leave to you the answer. I have my own answer. If we read the definition of intelligence, is the faculty of understanding, is the intellect, a mental manifestation of this faculty, a capacity to understand. The tool, the artificial intelligence, who has developed the map I have showed before, did something intelligent or intelligent have been these guys. So, well, I am at the end of presentation, and I want to leave you just a final message. I hope that what I tried to present you, thank you for solving this flooding problem. without any artificial intelligence support, but human intelligence. The message, I hope that I was able to transfer you the idea that I have in mind, is that monitoring, like all other human activities, become an art when we harness our genius and ingenuity or intuition and skill to understand the nature of what we observe. Instruments are the means to achieve the goal, not the solution. And let me finish by this example. If we have to monitor the deflection of a bridge, we can use a very sophisticated radar or something like this. Which one is the best? Which one is the best? For sure, radar can provide us a lot of information about what is happening to that bridge. We can take out even some dynamic information about frequency of vibration, about modal deformation, and so on. This method is very simple and just provide us the value of the deflection. Maybe not as accurate as that one, but it could be enough. So again, the real problem is not which instrument we have to use, but what we have in mind as a scope and what we have in mind in terms of problem to solve. And mainly we have to understand exactly what we want to have. So that's all from my side. And let me invite you to toast with John. This is a nice picture we took probably after the first course in Italy he did. It was 2014, and we were enjoying the last night together, and he was toasting to monitoring. So I invite you to toast with John to the future, because I'm sure it will be a nice future for monitoring for our profession. So I thank you very much for your attention, and again, thanks to the organizing committee for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Giorgio Pezzetti. I request the chair and co-chair to conclude the session.
Well, is that working okay? Thank you. Well, in the art of communication, the art of presenting an honour lecture, Giorgio, certainly deserves a story to be told, and I think you've shown that you're a master storyteller, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Giorgio, for a genuinely outstanding lecture. The art of understanding genius and ingenuity in geomonitoring from the past to the future. It was a fitting title for what you gave us. Not just a technical review, but a meditation on why our field matters and how it has evolved through the work of the people who have shaped it over the years. It seems especially fitting to hear that this is the second at the second Dunnicliff Honour Lecture. John Dunnicliff spent his career insisting that instrumentation is only ever as good as the thinking behind it.
Yeah.
That data, without understanding, is just noise. And that genuine insight comes from asking the right questions before you ever install a sensor. What you've shared with us today, Giorgio, carries that same spirit forward, an appreciation of the ingenuity of those who came before us, pained with a clear eye on where our profession is heading. John built his reputation not by working alone, but by teaching, mentoring, and sharing generously with the wider geotechnical community through the courses, his writing in Geotechnical Instrumentation News, the Red Book, and simply through the time he gave to anyone who asked. I personally received that great insight from him as a young geotechnical professional. In connecting the past to the future in your lecture, you've honoured that legacy exactly as it should be honoured. Not as a fixed history, but as a living conversation that continues through people like yourself. On behalf of everyone here, thank you, Giorgio, your time, your insight, and for keeping that conversation moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barton. I request Dr. Andrew Ridley, the chair, and Dr. Paul Barton, the co-chair of this session, to hand over a memento to Dr. Giorgio Pezzetti. Thank you, Dr. Giorgio Pezzetti, once again for a truly inspiring and thought-provoking Dunnicliff Honor Lecture. Through your reflections on the problems of the unknowns, you challenged us to look beyond what we know and what we do not know, reminding us of the importance of sound engineering judgment, continuous learning, and thoughtful decision-making. Your vision of the future of geo-monitoring driven by connectivity, digital technologies, and innovation reminded us of the exciting possibilities that lie ahead of our profession. By sharing Professor Kenichi Soga's vision for the next generation of geotechnical systems, you highlighted how intelligent sensing, advanced analytics, and continuous monitoring are shaping the future of our profession. Thank you once again for sharing your remarkable experience, wisdom, and vision with the ISFMG community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We now move on to the first corporate presentation of ISFMG 2026. Encardio Wright, a global leader in geotechnical instrumentation, structural health monitoring, and real-time monitoring solutions, is a platinum sponsor of ISFMG. We gratefully acknowledge their generous support and valuable partnership in the successful organization of this international symposium. It's now my pleasure to invite Mr. Rathan Mathur, President, Encardio Wright Group, to deliver the corporate presentation. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It works. On behalf of everyone at Encardio Wright, it is my privilege to welcome you to India, the home of Encardio Wright. India is an ancient civilization shaped over thousands of years by a rich spiritual and philosophical tradition. One idea that runs very deeply through this entire tradition is that enterprise must ultimately contribute to something larger than itself. At Encardio Wright, we express this philosophy through the word Jan Hit, the good of society. For over 60 years, this purpose has shaped who we are, the capabilities that we have built, and the choices we continue to make going into the future. Many of you here will already be familiar with the breadth and diversity of Encardio's work. We manufacture sensors and data loggers developed through field experience-led R&D. We bring engineering expertise built across thousands of challenging projects from dams, tunnels, bridges, mines, slopes, high-rise buildings, railways, and other critical infrastructure. We have built some of the world's strongest technology capabilities across remote sensing, INSAR, and digital platforms such as Procure. And today, through Infinitus, we have developed an AI-enabled decision intelligence platform that can help engineers move from measurements and alarms towards clearer, faster, and confident action. But today, this is not what I want to speak to you about. I don't want to speak to you about what we do and what we make. I want to speak to you about what drives us. Our ambition is to partner with and enable every stakeholder involved with protecting infrastructure and sustaining natural resources. Because the safety of infrastructure is not the responsibility of one organization alone. It depends upon asset owners, designers, consultants, contractors, academicians, instrumentation specialists, software developers, regulators, and above all, engineers in the field. Each one of us carries one part of the knowledge, and real progress will happen when all those parts come together. At Encardio Right, one of our core values is oneness. We believe that our industry can solve its most important challenges only when we work together as one community. This belief has led us to create 3 interesting initiatives that I would like to share with you. The first is a series of monitoring forums that we are organizing across the world. We recently held the 3rd edition of Safe Dubai. Interestingly, Professor Kenichi Soga flew down and delivered the keynote. We've done this in Peru, we've done this in Sofia, in Belgrade, and other cities across the world, where we bring together asset owners, consultants, contractors, academics, technology providers, and policymakers. The event is not a promotional event. It is a platform for honest conversations where we spend the day and share field experiences, discuss what worked, acknowledge what did not, and collectively we explore how monitoring can create greater value for infrastructure and society. The second initiative is GeoHub. GeoHub is an AI-enabled knowledge tool that helps engineers across credible, technically grounded, and data-informed answers to questions arising from their projects. It's available on Encardio's website. There are no barriers, no reservations. We invite you to use it, to challenge it, to learn from it, and to contribute to it. Because a knowledge platform becomes truly valuable, not because of the technology behind it, but because of the quality of the community and the conversations that participate in it. The third initiative is especially close to our hearts. Every year, approximately 1.5 million students graduate from engineering institutions in India. Yet only a small percentage of them find opportunities that allow them to practice engineering meaningfully. Through Encademy, we offer young engineers a 4-month fully paid internship in structural health monitoring. They learn in the classroom, but they also learn in the field. They visit sites, understand instruments, work with data and experience, and they get to experience the reality of engineering projects. For us, this is not merely a training program. It's an opportunity to make young engineers employable, confident, and useful to the history. And it is deeply gratifying to watch a young student enter Encademy uncertainly, not sure about their future, but leave with knowledge, purpose, and the belief that they can build a meaningful engineering career. But Encademy, again, should not belong to Encardio alone. I invite the experts present here to participate. Share a case study, deliver a lecture, speak about a failure that taught you something important, mentor a young engineer, help us expose these future professionals to the depth and diversity of this industry. Ladies and gentlemen, Encardio Right has been fortunate to serve this industry, to serve this profession for more than 60 years. That experience gives us confidence, but it also gives us a strong sense of responsibility. Our responsibility is not simply to manufacture more instruments, deploy more technology, or complete more projects. It is to help build a stronger monitoring ecosystem, an ecosystem in which knowledge is shared, an ecosystem in which young engineers are developed, an ecosystem in which technology supports rather than replaces engineering judgment, and an ecosystem in which every stakeholder works together to make infrastructure safer and natural resources more sustainable. So during this symposium, I invite each of you to engage with us. Join one of our monitoring forums in a city near you. Use and contribute to GeoHub. Teach, mentor, or share your experiences through Encademy, or just bring us your ideas, your questions, and even your criticism. Let us convert the knowledge that we gather in this symposium to create better engineers, better decisions, safer infrastructure, and a more sustainable world. Encardio Right is ready to contribute its experience, its technology, its platforms, and its energy. We invite all of you to join us. Together as one community, let us fulfill the need to know and use that knowledge in the service of society. Thank you, and once again, welcome to India.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur, for that insightful presentation and for sharing Encardio Right's expertise and innovations with us. As a token of our appreciation, may I now invite Professor Neelima Satyam, convener of ISFMG 2026, to kindly present a memento to Mr. Rathin Mathur. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now break for tea. The technical program will resume promptly at 11:45 a.m. with workshop 1, monitoring and management of geotechnical assets in the same hall. I request all of you to be back in 10 minutes.
again, for large parts of the year, that is the range that the pore pressures are in. They're in that negative range. And even small magnitudes like the 100, 200 kilopascals have very significant influences on how the material behaves. And so in situations like this, particularly the one in South Africa, where you have massively deep, unsaturated profiles, the two options that you have in terms of pore pressure measurements are either to measure something imperfectly, because we know that this is a difficult thing to measure, or it's to measure nothing. And then we sort of learn nothing about the system. So we opted for approach one there, and hopefully I'll get you all to agree that we did end up learning something. So looking at the site in South Africa, I've got a photo of my handsome colleague and friend here, who, in collaboration with him, over a number of years, we looked at trying to implement monitoring systems as cheaply as possible, or as much as the client would allow us to, at various sites, to try and understand the performance of the sensors that we had available, but also the sorts of fluctuations that were typical in situ. And the site that was particularly interesting is one that is in KwaZulu-Natal, and it was along a national highway in the country, which is quite economically important to the country, because it's a very critical freight corridor between Johannesburg and major ports down in sort of Durban area. So as a result of that, a failure of this highway the economic consequences would extend far beyond just the failure of the road itself. It would then stunt quite a lot of the activity throughout the country. So because of that, client was understandably nervous and wanted something to be done as quickly as possible. Just to also highlight where this is in the country, if we look at that little map I have on the top right there, there's a geological feature in southern Africa called the Great Escarpment, where in the interior of that, everything is at quite a high altitude, for us anyway, of around 1,600 meters, and then it drops rapidly down towards the coast. And where this site was just at the edge of that escarpment. Okay, so where there's very steep gradients in the region. And what was noticed there, because of the geology in the region, routine inspections are done every year, a couple of times a year. And it was noticed that just downslope of the main highway was some cracking in an old disused road. Which related or involved the measurement of soil suction and water contents. So there were a series of sensors installed in various boreholes. We used very basic commercial sensors, which, as someone who's more on the research side of things, is not the route that I typically want to take, because I find it far more exciting to go and play with developing new sensors and developing new techniques. But that isn't always possible, particularly when you have an urgent problem. Another thing that constrained this was that this site is a few hundred kilometers away from the nearest town. We needed something that was very easy to install, that was going to require minimal maintenance, and that we could almost sort of, basically very low maintenance option. So we went with something that was commercially available and something that we had started to gain a bit of understanding with over the years. So various boreholes, the suction sensors were installed. They are fixed matrix porous sensors, which for those of you who have been involved with unsaturated soils, it's essentially the same principle as the old gypsum blocks that have been used for decades to measure soil suction. So this is just a sort of slightly newer version of that. And these were installed alongside various water content sensors so that we could really try to understand the soil water retention behavior in the region. We also had some inclinometers, but I'm not going to be speaking about that today. So this is time series of 21 months of data at this particular site. And just to highlight a few things, so there was some sensor equilibration period, and something that we noticed was that there was some bit of lag between these two sensors, despite being installed as closely as possible at the same depth. So it seemed that the water content sensor would respond first, and then the soil suction, which is something I'm going to get into in a bit. But by and large, the relationship that we saw made sense. So as we went through a drying period, the water content would reduce, and the suction would increase, and then a rainfall event would hit, or some event would happen, and we get a spike in the water pressure and a drop in the suction. So it tended to make some amount of sense. But if we then took this data and plotted it in a more conventional way in terms of how water retention curves are plotted, we got this mess, okay, which is not ideal, really. It's not the pretty graph that we always show in papers and in presentations, because what we would expect typically for a water retention curve is your sort of, whoopsie, going back there, a sigmoidal curve that comes down like that and then elbows out at the bottom. We don't expect these vertical lines throughout the graph. So initially it can be a bit disheartening, but if you actually go into the detail of this and really try to analyze it bit by bit, we see that there is some sense here. So if we start, now I'm plotting the water content versus suction, analyzing the data from the beginning of the time series, we can divide this into a series of drying curves which behave as we want them to. Then something odd happens, which is where the water content sensor responds, but there's no change in suction. Then we get some kind of a drop in suction that happens in a longer period of time. And this would keep happening. So another drying curve following a sort of relationship that we expect, then something would happen, spike in the water content without any change in suction, and then a significant drop over time. And this behavior was quite repeatable. So over that 21-month period, this would keep happening. Okay, so at least now from this, we can pick out some measurements that make some amount of sense. And if you think about the measuring principle of these sensors, the volumetric water content sensor has a few prongs with a certain zone of influence, a finite area around the sensor, whereas the suction sensors themselves have a ceramic disc that need to come into equilibrium with the surrounding soil before it registers the change that you expect. So it does sort of make sense that the one would take slightly longer to respond than the other. If we then go and isolate the bits of the curve that make some sense to us, we can compare that to what has been measured in a lab, which looks a bit like that. That's just a best fit curve, which initially, what would be nice is that if everything sort of converged onto that one line, but it's not overly surprising that that doesn't happen because of the effects of soil structure. So the laboratory test was not conducted on an undisturbed sample. It was something that was recompacted, and they tried to achieve the same state as what was observed in situ, but it was disturbed. Okay, so if you recognize that, it's not surprising that this doesn't quite correlate with what the lab result says, but with a bit of interpretation, it does seem that these measured in situ curves are tending towards some primary drying curve, which is what we would expect. And so this now is something that, there aren't a lot of examples of this in the literature, but it's something that does confirm the theory a bit, because we would expect in situ for us to have these flatter scanning curves that, if they extend beyond a certain range, will tend to converge onto some primary bounding curves. And the fact that we have this information means that we now have something a bit more realistic, let's say, to put into our numerical models, which will help us then predict some behavior, or at least understand some of the behavior we see. Now, if we try to understand, coming back to that lag issue that I spoke about between the two sensors, why is that? So I mentioned the different mechanisms or the different principles of the two sensors, the one having this finite zone of influence and the other just relating to a ceramic disc. But if that is true, what we might expect is that at higher suctions, where your hydraulic conductivity is a lot lower, it would take a longer time for the sensor to equilibrate, longer time for that moisture to migrate. And to have a look at that, we went and plotted the graph on the right here, which took the magnitude of suction versus the delay that was observed in hours, and we see that this does sort of give us a trend that speaks to that. That seems to imply that this is probably the reason for what's going on. But of course, these are in situ measurements. They won't be installed as perfectly as we hope. So it's very good to then compare this, or at least try to infer something from something under more controlled conditions, which is where this graph comes from. So this comes from a PhD student at IIT Mandi, who's actually going to be submitting very, very soon. And what she had as part of her PhD was a physical model of a slope that represented one of the slopes, one of the affected areas in and around her area. And she had a series of exactly the same sensors installed in her slope and subjected it to various wetting and drying events. And what we saw there, I'm not plotting now the delay mechanism, but what we do see is that the curves again are tending towards that laboratory drying curve that was measured. Now in this case, it's matching a little bit better than what we had in situ. But again, if we think about what we're looking at here, this does make sense because we aren't dealing with an undisturbed sample and something prepared in the laboratory. We're looking at two things that have been prepared in the laboratory. So insofar as the soil structure is concerned, it's a little bit more similar. And so we get a better match between what's been measured in the physical model and what was measured as an element test in the lab. I haven't plotted the whole delay mechanism here, but what I can say for this and for the Malaysia site is that similar behavior was observed, although to a much lesser extent, because these materials had a lower plasticity compared to the material in South Africa. And so while the suction sensor did respond a lot slower than the water content sensors, that lag was a lot less, okay, because the water could flow a lot easier in these soils. So that's that. So I guess what does this show us really is essentially this thing that is so difficult to measure, soil suction or negative water pressures. If we were to think of the best way to do this, we might use something like a tensiometer, which we know to be very accurate, but is very difficult to use. For practical reasons, we can't always do that, so we ended up going for a much simpler approach, a lower maintenance method. And despite the limitations of the sensor, of which there are many, I have to say, the point here is not to try and advertise a particular sensor, but despite all of these limitations, we're still able to get some information from the site. So what are the typical magnitudes of suction at the site? How does this fluctuate throughout the year? How does it fluctuate with depth? This is all information that we really had no feel for before that we now do. We also got some consistency between what the field behavior was and what has been measured in a physical model. Also the field sites from the various countries. I haven't shown everything here, but there seems to be some consistent behavior in that these scanning curves are tending towards a drying curve, which theoretically we know should happen, but it's good to see things actually physically behaving that way, either in situ or in a physical model. So that is quite reassuring. I've mentioned here the sensor limitations must be recognized. I could probably speak for another 10, 15 minutes on just sensor limitations, but that's not the purpose of this. The idea is just that even imperfect measurements are very useful. So we shouldn't say this is very difficult to measure, we can't do it as accurately as we'd like, therefore we're going to do nothing. That's what I want to say we should sort of move away from. And again, there's not a lot of data in the literature that supports a lot of these relationships. So I will invite everyone to go and, take these measurements as much as possible and see, prove us wrong, or be even better, actually, if you could prove us right. But take the measurements, let us develop this database so we can understand what's happening a little bit better from an unsaturated soil mechanics perspective. And yeah, so here's some of the conclusions. So we know that suction is something that controls the behavior of unsaturated soils, which is increasingly relevant given changing climatic conditions, but people rarely measure it. And what I'm hoping to show you is that it can be measured, and we shouldn't adopt the perspective that until we can measure it perfectly, we're not going to measure it at all. We should try to use what we have to better our understanding. A lot of questions came up from these case studies that I wouldn't have thought of. They were unknown unknowns before these projects took place. And so now because of that, we can actually go do a bit more research, try and understand exactly what's happening and improve what we're doing, which is a much better place to be in, I think, than just swearing it off entirely. And yeah, so there's the sort of behavior of the various sensors, which I've touched on, I won't go into again. But it's reassuring that information from various parts of the world, various soil types, various climatic regions, do seem to be verifying the theoretical relationships that we know to be true to a large extent. And yeah, so these are just some acknowledgements. Various people that helped in the project, made the data available, allowed me to present this today, and obviously provided the funding that we need to do all of this work. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tiago. To present a memento to Dr. Tiago, I invite Dr. Priyan Singh, Professor, IIT Indore.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Jose Antonio Berrio, is the Vice President of International Services at Incardio, with extensive experience in instrumentation, monitoring, and engineering decision support systems for major infrastructure and mining projects. His work focuses on integrating monitoring technologies, geotechnical analysis, and risk-based asset management to improve safety, operational efficiency, and informed decision-making. With more than 25 years of experience in civil and geotechnical engineering, Jose Berrio has led the design, implementation, and management of monitoring systems of very complex infrastructure projects. Welcome, Jose.
Hello, hello everybody. Hello? Yes, now it's working. So hello everybody, thank you so much. It's a real privilege to be here today. I'm presenting you our current approach for TBM lining, for precast concrete cement lining. So this is the first slide with the general approach. So this is the final solution. The approach is always including embedded sensors within the precast segments, and the communication, the data collection and data communications always is wireless. So we are able to monitor, to control the deformation, the structural deformation and geotechnical information from the manufacturing point to the land operations. This is more or less the different approaches that we have, always on depending of the requirements, but the integration has the vibrating wire sensors to measure strain, pressure, and now we are implementing a project pilot to install within the segment piezometers to control the real water pressure, the real water level impacting to the lining, and the telemeters to control the movement of the segments, and also the convergences in the tunnel. So this is the more or less the configuration of the kit that we are using. Everything is pre-configured from factory, so it's a very good system, a very it's a plug-and-play system, ready to work and ready to be started. This is the vibrating wire node that we are using. This is a very small vibrating wire node for 6 channels. This is the real improvement here. We reduce the size of the 6-channel vibrating wire node, and the box is quite convenient to reduce the impact within the segment, and reduce also the impact in the structural design. So the box, it can have up to 6 sensors. The battery also, we reduce the size of the power, so we have just one battery, and the battery backup is quite good, so we can have up to 24 months one reading per day. This is more or less the communication system that we can use the connections node to gateways via radio, but the gateway also can be connected using 5G, 4G, Wi-Fi, Ethernet, or fiber optic cable. So we are able to monitor, to control the deformation since the day of the demolding of the segments, which is 24 hours after the pouring of the concrete. So this is all the way that we are monitoring all all the cycles. So from the molding day, all the lifting, all the transport, the stacking also is quite important. We are observing some changes and some issues during this stage. The transport to the portal, the lifting, the ring building also, and then the transition through the shield, the grouting conditions, and then the long-term operations. So this is the first stage when we are installing the system, the kit already pre-configured in the factory, and then so this is the pre-configuration before we are installing the kit. This is one complete ring. This is how we are protecting the 6-channel node to avoid the high temperatures within the precast segment affected to the electronics inside. Also, we are taking very careful with any tiny gap that makes possible the cement to get access to the box. That's why we are covering everything with tape. This is details of the installation. So in this kind of reinforcement armor, the space that we have is very, very, very small. So this size is perfect for this kind of segments. And this is the design, the way that we are doing the installation, the instrumentation, when we have steel fibers segments. So it was the standard reinforcement. This is for steel fiber segment, steel or other kind of fibers. It was for the saying aegis. This is how we are managing the installation for the low cells, for the stress cells, sorry. This is the final state of the stress cells. And the piezometer, we are developing now a special filter to make this installation more or less same like this, to be able to get the water pressure on the lining. This is the day that we do the first programming of the nodes and the gateway after the molding. This is 24 hours after the curing. So we are able to control the 27 days curing of the segment, the temperature and strain, all the lifting. After that, the stacking sometimes is not very well, done. This is a very good example. This is one of our projects. So these moments are creating a very, very, very difficult situation, and sometimes we are receiving data that makes these rings to be rejected. So the quality process using this kind of approach is quite important. The worst scenarios, as you can see there, due to the bad performance of the stacking, can lead to this photo. The transport of the segments to the portal is something that we also monitor. There are different ways. In one of our projects now, the segments has to transit to the portal up to 200 kilometers by lorry, so it's a big distance. So we are monitoring this impact also. Still monitoring how the team crew is building the ring, and then the impact of the ramps, the impact of the truss. This is also included in the monitoring process. There are some locations, very challenging locations in the ring configuration that we have to avoid, but also those ones, because the node will be damaged. But the one in the invert and close to the conveyor belt, we used to use this kind of gel to avoid and protect the electronics, because always the water is the main threat. So these two locations always to avoid. So after the the ring is built, we are able to control the transit to the shield, these three positions. So we will be also able to control once the ring is in contact with the ground, which is the most important part. So the system, as I said before, is completely wireless. Our gateways are installed in one of the countries of the TBM, so the communications is 100% granted. So we are able to get all the information from the beginning of the installation of the ring till the operations. This is how we are giving the last touch, installing the antenna in our nodes. Those nodes are gathering the full history from the factory, so we have a very good baseline also before the ring is built in the tunnel. This is how, again, the configuration is finished. So we have the vibrating wire sensors embedded in the precast segments. We have the vibrating wire nodes, the wireless ones, managing the sensors. And also we have our tilt meters, laser distanceometers to control the potential movement of the segments in 2 axes. This is how we are controlling this potential movement of the segment with the tilt meters. And also we are using a plug and play system to deploy this prism in all our tilt meters for later, because after that we are able to calibrate, to control, to give X, Y, and Z coordinates and understand all the information progression through the TBM backup. Because before we can estimate the convergences in a very roughly way, but after that we will be able to understand all the deformation, giving coordinates to these telemeters. This is an example of deformation, how difficult it is to control this deformation just with the tilt meters information. So we will be able to understand after that with these coordinates how the deformation was produced. So this is how we are able to understand if we have already a segment with a critical movement. So we are able to tell our client this issue to prepare the mitigation measures once the backup get free the ring. Also, the laser convergences will reduce the resources in terms of the surveying team, because we can delay the frequency of readings of those prisms. Also, the system, the vocation of the system is to continue the monitoring when the infrastructure is in operation. So it's a long-term monitoring. And also, the idea is to localize these instrumented segments when another infrastructures, like this one, can impact in the future the one that we are building now. So we assure a complete monitoring solution for long-term monitoring for the operation of the infrastructure, and also the potential impact of another tunnel, another deep excavation, or another deep foundation that can impact to this area. So knowing in advance this plan, we can select this location to install these sections for the future. So this is the scenario during the operations. And I brought with me, this is the way that we used to do this monitoring 21 years ago in Spain. This is a project in Spain. And how we missed the complete information, because the wireless system 21 years ago, it wasn't an option. So we used to install in the factory the instrumentation, the same way that we are doing now, with other kind of data loggers, so connection boxes. We took the opportunity in any gap, any window that we had in the TBM countries to take manual readings, but not always the complete solution and automatically with a decent frequency. And then after the backup, passed, we should finish the installation with the cable, and now it was the time to start a proper monitoring for all the rings. So we missed a lot of information, a lot of this deformation curve. So now the advance is clear, and we are able to really monitor these kind of assets. So this is a very old pictures from this particular project. And yeah, the things have changed in a correct way. So that's it. Thank you so much. If you have any question, please let me know.
Thank you, Dr. Jose Antonio Berrio. To present a memento to Dr. Berrio, I invite Engineer Govit Parchani, EC member, IGS Indore.
Thank you. Now I would like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Ashish Karpure from Genstro Consultants. He has over 30 years of professional experience, primarily in geotechnical and geohazard domain, from technical involvement, leading teams to leading organizations. He has a post-graduation in civil engineering from IIT Kanpur and MBA from ISB Hyderabad. He is also the recipient of Supreme Best Engineer Award in 2012 and Earth Impact Award ESG in 2023. He has worked in various technical and top management roles in different companies, namely Trafalgar House Constructions, STUP Consultants, McCaffrey, Setec India, Inaccess Geotech Solutions, and presently at Gensu Consultants Private Limited. Contributed in providing innovative and state-of-the-art solutions to many challenging and prestigious projects in hilly terrain, and has been associated with a number of prestigious projects in India and abroad. He is actively involved in various geohazard mitigation works, including landslides, rockfall, flood protection, sinkholes, and erosion control. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Right, so I'll straight away start with the presentation. We are already delayed. So geotech asset management, obviously it has a wider range. What we consider geotech assets could be a tunnel, could be a slope, could be a retaining structure, right? And as of now, I'm engaged with a lot of government agencies for landslide, rockfall protection, retaining wall distress, and so on. And usually I come up with this suggestion from the government that whatever you now build should be a permanent one, right? Lasting ever. Slope should not fall, the retaining wall should not bulge, and so on. It's simply not possible in hilly areas to completely stop any kind of distress. But yes, with an asset management plan, we can probably achieve close to accuracy and a long-term sustainable solution. So, I'll not go into it, but you have seen all these distress on the videos, on the TV these days, landslide failure, sinking wall, and so on. And it's not one or two or three cases, right? It's been happening. And throughout the the monsoon season, you'll keep hearing them. How we go ahead with that? Seen this video probably? Okay, so, and it could be catastrophic, right? The landslides, when they come, it's not 1 or 2% or 3% affected. It's the entire corridor which gets affected. And then it takes months to recover from this. So, geotech asset management, why it matters, because one fragile slope, one choke drain, one distress wall, can lead to months of problem or choked corridor. And which is why it's probably good time and good forum, good subject to deal with right now in India when the infrastructure is, almost peaking. So emergency works usually cost more than preventive works. Consequences include closure, casualties, claims, environmental damage, reputation. So, if we have a overall portfolio view and we try to attack that or assess it and go in a very stepwise manner to manage it, then it will be much better. So it is, what happens, it's invisible, suddenly comes, triggered by rainfall, excavation, and aging or earthquake. It could be disruptive, and it can be managed, but that's the silver line at the end. It can be managed. So conventional project mode, we are geotech engineer, right? So we try to give a site-specific investigation, design with factor of safety, codal compliances, and try to come up with a solution. But the new approach, particularly I'm talking about these types of assets, is probably a broad portfolio view, inventory or logging all the slopes, all the tunnels, all the walls on a particular corridor. Unless we have a database, we can't manage it. So very first thing is to logging, have a risk rating into it so that we know which are high risk, manageable or medium risk, and low risk. We should have a record, or in fact, we should have continuous records of these assets, how they are performing, and then work on preventive or prioritize our interventions so that we can work on it. Just a minimal risk metrics, that there are a lot of causes for, I'm particularly talking about slope now. So lots of causes for the distress. There are consequences of blockage, damage to the facility, even area cutoff. As we speak, even Himachal Pradesh, we know that 25 and 23 monsoon, 200 villages were cut off, and some of them are still cut off after a couple of years or so, right? So the extent of it, we should understand and work upon it. And of course, there are environmental damages, accidents happening. What can be done? Restoration, repair, reconstruction, vis-a-vis, but what we cannot assess is the loss of human life or inconvenience. If you have seen, just a day before, there was a video shoot where the apple are thrown into the valley because they cannot cross a corridor, they cannot come to the market. So there are some indirect impact which also happen with these kind of. So where do we work upon? Post the event has happened, or when we already know between the cause and consequences, there is a line where we can still work upon it. So we'll have to prioritize and work, understanding risk, identifying and measuring. So what can go wrong, how often it can happen, probability or likelihood, how bad can it get, the impact side of it. If we know this all, and then what kind of controls we want to mitigate, reduce the impact, or reduce the probability, or contingency action that post something has happened, then we work upon it. Just a small thing to understand, how to manage risk. So if you have a risk, obviously, and I'm showing a small cartoons here. So avoid a risk. If you have to jump from a cliff, you can always go back and avoid it. If you want to reduce it, at least put some dampener and jump onto it so you can reduce your impact or the hazard. Transfer the risk. Instead of you taking the risk, you can give it to someone else. Someone else to jump, no, not. What I mean by transferring is you can buy insurances, right? That's also transferring the risk or sharing the risk with wider. So transfer the risk, and at some point of time, you have to bear the risk. In hilly areas, if you want to have a permanent solution, it is not possible. It is not possible, right? So you'll have to choose and bear some risk of it and work upon it, and then work on the contingency plan as well, right? So the way we come up then, if you have a very good risk assessment metrics, if I put it into two axes, one is the probability axis and second is the impact or hazard category. So you can have a very frequent catastrophic to almost improbable minor incidents, right? Where do you want to work first? So obviously high frequency and catastrophic event have to be managed or attended first. So once you have the rating system, you can approach in a very systematic way that, okay, this is unacceptable, the red area, you have to work upon that. Then if there is a high risk, you monitor it and see, which is the point where you need to intervene, right? Then there could be a long-term inspection, so keep on checking your assets, and then when very low or improbable events are there, you can ignore. So there are lots of such matrices, but I like this this Colorado State Highway Division matrix, which they have come up for landslide hazard rating. And we have actually worked with this matrix on at least 3-4 big corridors, hundreds of kilometers of corridors, where vulnerability assessment is done and a rating has been given to each slope for mitigation. So there are different types of cause factors and then consequence, and then you can actually give points. So quantification of risk is also possible. This is one of those projects where we come up with hazard values and consequences and put some dots. So each dot represents one asset. Okay, and then we have some metrics where we can judge whether we call it high risk or low risk and so on. So it is possible to judge the risk. Right? Now, so you must have some objectives when you are planning that how to go about it. What is to be done after you have assessed the risk? Okay, then risk analysis to be done, and then get the ratings. Then you have budgeting for it, because some budgeting could be just maintenance budgeting. You need not have preventive budgeting all the time. And I like this particular. If you're all fan of Dilbert, I don't know, I am, but so I keep on showing it for probably ages, but I like this, that we'll need a risk analysis, and then the bosses and the employees listing out risk. One is indecisiveness, over analysis, cluelessness, micromanagement, and the boss is saying, I don't understand these risks. And to me, that is the highest risk, when people do not understand the risk. That's not 36 number, that's for me number one. Not understanding the risk. So please understand your risk and then plan. Definitely the monitoring, very pertinent topic on this forum, that monitoring through instrumentation is also possible. And this is one of our project in Nepal, where we had planned instrumentation, and these were also used for monitoring. This is some sensor-based data you can get on all. You can also plan and alert, alarm, action, right? So alerting when you are going to factor of safety low, but still safe, and almost alarming when it is reaching unity, or trying to drop below 1. So there are ways through pore pressure measurement and your analysis you can still generate and work upon. There are various ways of it. This is one way of showing it. So the way we are talking about slope system, the retaining structures also you can monitor, and you can put parameters. These are not exhaustive parameters, but you can put some parameters on the basis of which at least the high retaining system or tunnels and portals can be rated, judged, put the risk and hazard matrix, and then evaluate your action plan. Okay, so maintain, very simple, clean drains, remove debris, vegetation control, patch erosion, protect if needed, scaling, cache drains, rockfall mesh, barriers, or toe protection works, strengthen through internal reinforcement, soil nails, rock bolts, anchors, shotcrete, or retaining structure, and otherwise, if needed, then reconstruct. But remember that early actions would be much cheaper or lower cost. The later it could be a heavy capital cost to pay. So implementation plan, this is proposed for a particular corridor, but we cannot have asset management plan for entire nation or entire world, right? So corridor by corridor, it is very much possible. So if we can work on corridors, use a pilot project where select corridor, put an inventory, and then put vulnerability assessment, risk rating, and action plan, and budgeting along with it. Then we can actually achieve much bigger, greater results at much lower cost. Right? And in fact, these are some metrics. I was actually thrilled to see that we do not have such asset management plan in India, but this is excerpt from a Nepal manual. So Nepal has a very good asset management plan. They are not implementing it 100%, but they have a very good manual on it. We don't need to do anything new. We can simply copy and work upon it. So it's very much possible to have an asset management plan in place. Lot of records are needed because review and then giving the final solution, you need a lot of records. So year by year, biannual, there are such processes. So where is the applicability of it? Highways, railways, of course, tunnels, hill real estate, river and coastal corridors, industrial or mining sectors, and then urban infrastructure as well, where you can have your geotech asset management plan. Know what you have, rate it consistently. It's not, the rating is not absolute forever, right? So every 2 years, your rating may change depending on the signs or distress, what you observe. So continuous monitoring is necessary. Prioritize transparently and act before failure. So right asset, right intervention, right time is the solution. Thank you very much, and I'm available.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish Kharpure.
Mr.
To present a memento to Dr. Kharpure, I invite Dr. Amit Sharma, EC member, IGS Indore.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now invite our next speaker, Professor Narendra Kumar Samadhia. He is Professor and Head of Department of Civil Engineering at IIT Roorkee and one of India's leading experts in geotechnical and rock engineering. With over 3 decades of experience in research, teaching, and professional practice, his work has significantly advanced the fields of rock engineering, ground improvement, and underground space technology. A former president of the Indian Geotechnical Society and recipient of several prestigious awards, including the IGS Kukelman Award, Professor Samadhia has published extensively in leading international journals and has supervised numerous graduate and doctoral students. His contributions continue to shape both geotechnical engineering in practice and education in India and internationally. Welcome, sir.
Very good afternoon to all of you. And thanks to the organizers for giving us the opportunity. So I will be presenting on behalf of Dr. Akanksha Tyagi and Dr. Alok Bharadwaj. Both are sitting in the audience. And we are working actually on a project given by MORTH. And we are actually monitoring that particular slope. So some part of the this monitoring will be presented by Akanksha and Alok on 8th of August in 2 sessions, and they will be showing the videos at that particular instant of time what is happening to that particular slope. So with that background, now it is the development of landslide monitoring system for Himalayan debris slope, especially in the Uttarakhand above Rishikesh. You will find that most of them are the debris slope, and during the summer monsoon or even still now, you will find that there are landslides which are taking place not only in Uttarakhand but in the upper part like Himachal and also in Jammu and Kashmir. So this is the presentation outline, but I will not be presenting it in detail because some of the things have already been presented by Mr. Gharpure, and there are different causative factors, different landslides which are happening. We have learned through some of the landslides, especially the Wayanad landslide is very important, and then the Malpa landslide which has occurred, and we have learned the lessons, and also we can only mitigate, we cannot prevent, as Dr. Gharpure, Mr. Gharpure has said, but at least if we know beforehand that this is going to happen, and that can be done by providing or installing some instruments. That is what we are actually doing, because the study area in which we have instrumented it, some of the warnings have been issued by our team, and the Ministry of Road and Transport, they have been informed, and also Uttarakhand PWD. So as we know that these landslides are catastrophic, and especially for geologists, they analyze it in different perspective, and we as geotechnical engineers, we consider this, especially we go for the stability analysis, how to mitigate them, etc., etc. That is the perspective for geotechnical engineers. And there are different causative factors also, and on the basis of those causative factors, various agencies have developed the landslide hazard zonation maps, and this is being done by several agencies including IIT Roorkee. Long back, Professor Anvalgan, he has developed LHZ maps, and which are now part of Bureau of Indian Standard. So these landslides can occur gradually or can be rapid. Now, on the basis of that, we can classify these landslides. And the natural causes, including geological structures. Now here, I would like to add that everybody has got an ego. I, you are a system. Now here, in case of Himalayas or the hills, they have also got ego, and that ego is actually extraordinary geological occurrences, because especially in the hilly areas, you cannot find out everything, especially from the geotechnical point of view, or you conduct any geotechnical investigation, or you implement any geotechnical investigation program, but there are few things which remain unknown, right? So that understanding unknown, that is also an art. We have listened to the earlier speaker. So these geological structures, these are very important. We should understand how these geological structures are behaving, and on the basis of that, some of the landslides occur just very near to the MCT or MBT or some other geological structures which are already there. And in this particular case, one of the important causative factors is the rainfall. Now, most of the landslides which occur just during the rainfall or maybe just after that. So that is also very important, and this is the global scenario. I'm not going in the details of that, but there are future projections also that these are expected, especially the landslides triggered by rainfall are expected to increase by 7% 2031 to 2060 and 10% 2016 too. So this is the data which is available in the literature. Now, especially in India, these are the parts shown in color here, that these are the Himalayas, Nilgiris, Ranchi Plateau, and eastern and western Ghats. And not only rainfall, due to earthquake also, you will find that the landslides are triggered. Now, we know that in India, these national highways have been doubled in last 25 years. And because of the construction of these highway projects, there is cutting of the hills, especially in hilly areas. So sometimes what we do, we simply cut it. We don't design it, we simply cut it. And whenever some slide takes place, we just remove the material and again reconstruct that part of the road. Now, that is okay as far as there is no habitation. But in the areas which are highly populated, it becomes a very difficult proposition. So this infrastructure development has led to the hazardous slope cutting, and majority of fatalities occur in poor rural communities using unstable slopes for housing material also. So there are building regulations, but sometimes these building regulations are not strictly followed, especially in the hill areas. So because of that ignorance, there are possibility of the landslides. So some of the photographs which are shown here. Now this is the casualty statistics. Now there are frequent hazards, and main trigger is monsoon rainfall. In most of the cases, there are high-risk areas, especially in Himalayan states, Uttarakhand, and in Uttarakhand also, Rudraprayag is highly vulnerable due to socio-economic exposure of the prelim gauge traffic. Then in Northeast, landslides are very common, and Western Ghats, especially Kerala, the Wayanad. Because we have learned many things through after the Wayanad landslide and also the Malpa landslide. Now, there are many researchers, they have developed different like LHR or LHZ or Joshi et al. They have developed this landslide vulnerability infrastructure vulnerability index, depending upon the experience they have done. So especially in different areas, especially in Sikkim, you will find there are lot of landslides which are taking place. So these are the major landslides in India between 2025 to 2022 to 25. Again, I will not go in the details of that. Now, these are some of the snapshots of the recent landslides which have taken place, and from those photographs, and also through all this news, we know that how catastrophic these landslides are. Especially, I will mention this Wayanad landslide because we have learned so many things, and this is the case history of the Wayanad landslide. You can see the photograph, what is there before and how it has got developed. So what was the summary? What was the impact? Now, impact is human loss, 266 confirmed deaths. Now, that is the main thing. Like, then there is property damage, affected settlements, runout distances, and estimated debris volume. Now, because of that, sometimes, especially in the hilly areas, if some landslide is taking place along a river, then that entire debris will deposit in the river, and there may be possibility of formation of a dam. And finally, when that dam fails, last year it has happened in our Alaknanda Valley, right? So those are some of the after effects of the landslides also. Trigger is landslide. So this was the triggering sequence for the Wayanad landslide. And like temporary damming sites. If there is narrow river section, then deposit will take place, and again there will be failure of the and geological features. These are very important, especially in the hilly areas where we say that this material is fragile in nature, right? So, and especially the debris slope. Now, geotechnical characteristics, they will depend on the depositional zones. What is the median grain size? That is also very important. And because of that, there be related with the permeability also, how permeable that material is. Then other geotechnical properties are the permeability, shear strength, and for that we have now the sophisticated equipments available in laboratory by which we can determine exactly what, not exactly, exact cannot be anything, but we can estimate the properties of the material. So these are the key takeaways from the Wayanad 2024 landslide, that geological and climatic triggers. The Wayanad 24 landslide was primarily caused by the natural factors such as the region's geological fragility and intense rainfall. Then importance of the geological sensitivity, magnitude and scale of the event. You can see that estimated volume of about 5.1 to 5.7 million cubic meter of the material. Then precursors as early indicators. There was early indicators also. Need for the early warning system. So that is now the need, but not now, because after 24 or even before that Malpa landslide, we are working in that particular area, especially the agencies in India, including all the IITs, different universities, and Nilima, they have published a book on. So all these institutes are actually working. The awareness has come after the Malpa landslide. Now again, another landslide. So I will not go in the detail. That was the Ramban landslide. Then these are the causes and mitigation strategies. Then these are the a case study of Upper Alaknanda Valley, Uttarakhand, Himalaya. Because right now I belong to Uttarakhand. I am from IIT Roorkee, but I also belong to Madhya Pradesh because I was born and brought up here in MP. So the thing is that from these case studies, we are learning, and we are also going for the like risk management. Just now, Garporeji has said. Then we are working on the landslide monitoring systems. Okay, so especially in Himalayas, there are many landslides which are happening. So these are the key takeaways from all these landslide risk and management. Now coming to the government policies. Now earlier, what was the focus? Focus was on the relief. Now the turning point, as I said, it is the Malpa tragedy that led to the recognition of landslide hazards. Task forces are there. These are established. LHZ, Geological Survey of India, is working. All IITs and other universities which are working. Geological investigations are now supported. Now on research, at research level, DST is funding projects. Then Ministry of Environment and Forest, we are preparing the land use donation maps. And LHZs, especially IIT Roorkee and CBRI Roorkee, they have in the early part, they have prepared the LHZ maps. And nowadays, there are institutional involvement. So research and development, especially DST, they fund R&D, and we are preparing reports. These are being implemented, discussed at different levels. Now these are some of the photographs of the unstable slopes in Garhwal Himalayas. Okay, now coming to the project which is given by Ministry of Road Transport and Highway officials to IIT Roorkee Department of Civil Engineering. So we as a team, we are working on these debris slopes especially, and we are going for the instrumentation. Different type of instruments we have already installed, and thanks to AMIL is there and another agency, we are installing all these slopes and we are monitoring it. As I said, on 8th of August, there will be again 2 lectures, one by Alok, another by Akanksha. So most of the details will be given in those particular lectures. So this is a photograph of the landslide location, that is Gular. It is about 25 kilometers from Rishikesh, and this site has been selected by on the basis of a workshop which we have conducted, and different experts, they came, they have visited the site, and after that they have selected that, okay, you go for this particular landslide, monitor it, take the observations, and then suggest guidelines for instrumentation and monitoring of landslides. So this is Gular. It is on Uttarakhand NH07. Now, as far as the investigations are concerned, there are different type of investigations which we can go for, like one of them is drilling. But especially in the hilly areas, it is very difficult to go for drilling at every location, because for drilling you need a platform to place the rig and then go for the drilling. So, but that we have done the borehole drilling, and this is the material you can see from here, that this is the material which, this type of material, highly fractured, fragile type of material which we get, RQD almost 0, right? And then, or otherwise what we can do, we can go for the non-invasive type, that is electrical resistivity tomography. So from that also we can find out about what is there below in the area. So this is the rig which it is at the crest of the slope, and this drilling is done. We have collected the material. Then we have prepared this bore log. You can see from here that this RQD is almost nil in most of the cases. Then we have conducted laboratory tests. We have gone for the ERT, electrical resistivity tomography, and we have gone for this 6-7 lines along the road as well as across the road. And on the basis of that, we have classified on the basis of the available literature, what is the material which is there. Like resistivity range is 3.43 ohm meter to 170 ohm meter. Then what is the material which we can get? And also through the bore logs which we have done, we have corroborated that whatever material is represented here, that also we have got it. Now, these are the ERT. Now here, depending upon the resistivity, we can say that, okay, this particular material is saturated. There may be possibility of this type of material, etc. So we have gone not only along the road and also below the road to get the information. Okay. So here, why geotechnical classification is important? All are geotechnical engineers, so I don't have to stress on that. And just I want to show this particular figure. Now here, this is the Gular landslide cumulative displacement. The observations are taken from January 2018 to January 2025 based on the INSAR data. And you can see here that these are the points which are showing the time when actual landslide or the slope instability has taken place, and it is based on the rainfall. At that particular time, rainfall has triggered, and because of that, there was the. Okay, so I will have to go a little fast. Now, not only this, but we have also UAV-based digital elevation model. We are using these UAVs. We have placed the cameras. We have found out the geometry, and these are actually the instruments which have been placed, starting from inclinometer, piezometer, metric suction sensor, volumetric water content sensors, and most of these are of the same make and then the same specification which one of the speaker has already presented. So we have also placed the tilt sensors at the bottom of the slope. Now, these are the inclinometers and piezometer installation at different locations in the boreholes, but there are challenges. So these are the sensor installation. Now, this is how, but there are now the low-cost cameras. Not only that, we have placed low-cost cameras just in front of that particular slope. But these are some of the challenges. Difficult terrain and inaccessible slope poses difficulty in installation of sensors. For example, inclinometers require borehole drilling, which could not be done on slope. So we are taking help of the camera. Making pits of even 0.5 meter are difficult. Then maintaining constant source of power supply, that is another difficult problem. Lightning can cause the damage, which has actually done it in our case. And point measurement systems such as inclinometers, tilt meters need prior knowledge of the critical locations. So I request you to attend these two. So these are some of the relevant outcomes. We have prepared the guidelines and we have given it to MORTH on the basis of the preliminary information. Some MTech dissertations have been guided. So finally, I would like to thank the Ministry of Road Transport and Highway for sponsoring the project, and also the support which we have got from the Public Works Department of Government of Uttarakhand. Thank you so much. And
Thank you,
sorry I
sir.
have taken
To present a
little more
memento
time.
to Professor Narendra Kumar Samadhya as a token of appreciation from the organizers of ISFMG, I invite Engineer Pritesh Mahajan, EC member, IGS Indore.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to invite our next speaker, Dr. Sunshine Vitan. She is a geotechnical consultant at Advanced Geotechnical Engineering Services, Philippines. She earned her MSc in Geotechnical Engineering from the University of Tokyo and PhD in Geoenvironmental Engineering from University of Philippines, Diliman. Her expertise includes field investigations, geotechnical instrumentation, and foundation engineering, and she has published extensively on geotechnical and environmental engineering topics. Dr. Tan has received several awards for her contributions to geotechnical engineering, and she has contributed to numerous landmark infrastructure projects in the Philippines. Welcome, Sunshine.
Thank you. Hello. Hi. It's not working. Huh? Hello. Huh? There is already? Okay. Hi, everyone. Everyone's hungry, so I'll try to shorten my talk. But it's a very interesting topic, and I'm glad that I'll be able to share this presentation to you guys. So pleasant afternoon to everyone. I am Sunshine Tan from the Philippines, representing Advanced Geotechnical Engineering Services, or aegis. So let me begin with the presentation. I'm sure everyone has the situation where you open your monitoring dashboard and your sensor value comes close to an alarm level. And everyone asks, is this real movement? So sometimes the answer is yes, and sometimes the answer could be something else. So today I'll share some experiences with you guys. Just to give you a background, so Aegis is actually a family-owned company founded by my father, Richard Tan, in 1986. We started as a soil testing company, but expanded in pile testing in 1996, making us the oldest pile testing company in the Philippines. If you don't know, it's actually very interesting that instrumentation gained popularity in the US for strain gauges because of pile testing to get skin friction. So just to give you an idea, I'm sure most people know this red book. My father actually bought this in Manila around 1988, similar time where this book has been published. He spent most of his salary that time just buying that book, and almost 40 years later, he handed it over to me. So in the Philippines, actually, geotechnical instrumentation has only become more common in the recent years, not unlike maybe other countries where you have it for so long. So it's driven usually because of major infrastructure projects and international consultants and actually international funding as well. So projects are actually advancing really quickly, but our practical understanding and interpretation of monitoring data are still developing. So for today's presentation, I'll focus on inclinometers because among the different instruments Aegis has installed and monitored, inclinometer seems to be the often most longest discussion with stakeholders. It really took up a lot of my time for the past years. So I just want to share some cases with you. So for the content, I'll give you an introduction of the inclinometer, 2 cases, and my take-home message for today. So what's an inclinometer? Just to be on the same page, it measures tilt or movement. So we convert it to lateral displacement at different depths. And the output is usually displacement versus depth. I know everyone knows the conventional in-place inclinometer. So in a conventional in-place inclinometer, or IPI, the sensors are installed as a continuous chain. So if the measurement interval is 1.5 meters, the sensor itself is typically 1.5 meters long. And in that case, the length used in the displacement calculation is very straightforward. But on the other hand, I found in several projects the use of steel wire inclinometer assembly. Has anyone seen this type of assembly? So if the sensor interval is 1.5 meters, a lower cost arrangement uses 1 meter inclinometer sensors separated by a half-meter steel wires. So your conventional IPI chain would actually look on the other side. So of course, I've also seen a larger interval, such as 3 meters. So imagine you have a sensor only 1 meter long, and then a steel wire that's 2 meter long. So just to give you an idea, this is how it looks like. Okay, so case 1. Interpreting the gauge length in displacement calculation of a steel wire inclinometer assembly. Calculation of the displacement produced by a single inclinometer is actually very simple. The equation is displacement equals the length of the sensor multiplied by the sine of the angle of inclination. And the total displacement is simply the summation of L sine A in this case. So let me ask your participation in this slide. For a steel wire connected in-place inclinometer, displacement is calculated using the measured inclination and assumed length L, right? So in this example, if we have an interval of 1.5 meters, what L would you use? So is it the sensor length only, which is 1 meter? Or is it the sensor length plus the steel wire connection, which is 1.5 meters? So I actually prepared a QR code that you can check, but because we don't have time, you could anonymously raise your hands if you're A or you're B. Okay, so I'm pretty sure in your mind, I can't read your minds, but at this point, I think possibly the response would show that we're not always uniform among practitioners. And I would say that that is the case in my experience. So I just want to say that neither answer is necessarily right or wrong. What matters actually is clearly defining the effective, what's the effective measure length before even starting the monitoring program. Because it would depend on the interpretation of the stakeholders and the basis of the data on how you would compute and understand the monitoring system. And I would like to take this opportunity to show you a comparison of a steel wire inclinometer data and a manual inclinometer data of the same casing. So to investigate the issue, a steel wire IPI data was compared with a manual inclinometer reading. The purpose was not actually to claim which one is perfect, but the purpose was to understand whether interpreting this type of profile was reasonable or not. So just to recall, a manual inclinometer involves manually lowering a probe. You go to the site, you have to get the reading by yourself, while, of course, the in-place inclinometer is an automatic system. You just put the sensors inside and just gather data. So this is the data that we have gotten. So if we consider the same inclinometer casing, comparing the relative cumulative displacement data of a manual inclinometer with 0.5 meter interval, we see that the data of a steel wire inclinometer assembly using total length plus steel wire is closer rather than just the sensor length for this case. So, but I want to be careful with the wording here. So have you absorbed this graph, which is really very interesting? I want to be careful that the curve similarity alone should not be used as proof that one interpretation is always correct. The important requirement is that both systems should be compared with other equivalent physical intervals and then clearly stating the calculation method. So actually, this is just one snapshot, right? You have to really check what comes after that initial data that you get. So differential measurements help you understand where deformation is actually occurring and whether the trend is plausible. So, yeah, calculation basis should be agreed before. That's why, as I've said, it's very important that the calculation basis should be agreed before monitoring starts and not after. So, second case, actually, recognizing electronic drifts. I don't know if you've encountered this, but we have. In this case, I just want to share to you a monitoring data that we expected to have no movement because these were sensors far away from what we expect to have any physical movement at all. But in this graph, you see an upper graph where clearly you can see some movement or drifts, or that's what we call electronic drifts because physically we were not able to see any physical manifestation of this. And then you have a lower set of data wherein this is exactly what we were expecting, that we have like a linear trend wherein no movement occurred. So this highlights actually why change in reading should not automatically be interpreted as ground movement. So to understand what no movement looks like, on the same casing where we got this data, we actually pulled it up and we took manual inclinometer readings for 15 days, morning and night. And it's so interesting that from the 29 surveys that we did, it actually showed movement again of about the maximum is like 1.92 mm. And it's interesting that we have literature from the ISO that actually says that for a 30-meter, which is exactly this type of inclinometer casing, you do expect a plus minus 2 millimeter repeatability over this measuring line. So in many projects, so we have to establish what no movement looks like before actually saying if there is actual movement. And I think we go back to ISO, and it actually identifies 4 key stages, which I'm sure everyone is very knowledgeable by now, like installation, stabilization, baseline, and the construction phase. So the initial reading is where you take it right after installation, but it may still be affected by grout curing, sensor seating, temperature adjustments, and the like. And after instrumentation stabilizes, then baseline readings are usually collected, or the zero reading, to establish what is normal behavior for the sensor before even construction begins. So before construction, now you have a baseline. That's where you tear all your sensors or the values that you get. But of course, in reality, in practice, that does not exist. This period is usually shortened or missed because, of course, construction has to start already. And when the reading changes, such as the data that I've recently showed you, it becomes difficult to distinguish what's real movement from the drifts or any environmental effects that could happen. So the key lesson is very simple, which is a reliable baseline is really essential for any reliable interpretation for all the sensors. Okay, so take-home message. So to conclude, actually, instrumentation readings are observations and not conclusions. A change in the data does not automatically confirm actual ground or structural movement. It becomes meaningful only after we verify the reading, place it in the proper project context, interpret it together as a whole, the whole picture, gather the whole team, and other, of course, available information. So our responsibility, I feel, is therefore not simply to report the data, but to understand what the instrument is truly sensing, and whether or not it's real movement or not, then it's also, it's a teamwork. So, and that for me is the real value, as Mr. Giorgio has mentioned, the art of monitoring. So thank you very much. And I hope to talk to you in the next coming days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sunshine. To present a memento to Dr. Sunshine, I invite Engineer Sharat Naik, EC member, IGS Indore.
Oh, thank you so much. What a nice trophy. Thank you.
Thank you. We are delighted to have the presence of Professor Marwan Al-Salai here at Indore for ISFMG. He is a professor in geotechnical engineering and a leader with more than 24 years of professional and academic experience. He serves as Senior Manager, Geotechnical Engineering at Dubai Development Authority and holds academic appointments at the University of Dubai, Abu Dhabi University, and other global institutes of technologies. He is a member of ISSMG International Leadership Structure and chair of ISSMG Board Level Committee on Global Professional Advancement and International Engagement. He is also a founding member and vice president of DFI Middle East, ISSMG UAE Member Society, and GeoSOE at the Society of Engineers UAE. He earned his PhD from Technical University of Darmstadt, Germany, and has authored many international publications. His professional interests include soil structure interaction, foundation engineering, digital geotechnics, and smart construction technologies. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Today I'm bringing a case from United Arab Emirates, specifically from eastern part of UAE, from Fujairah. And we have a kind of a case study was with the Ministry of Infrastructure, University of Abu Dhabi, as well as in Cardio, Bentley. And we're still working in the project. We finished part of it. And because of the timing, I have to shorten my presentation. I will go to the case study, but I will start with some basic things. So my presentation basically divided to 8 parts, which I will start talking about what is the geohazard, then the type of geohazard, classification of geohazards, the role of geotechnical engineer, which is very important because a lot of geotechnical engineers really, they don't know. They know that their role will start when the problem happens, which is not right at all. So they have to do a lot of things before that. And then we'll talk about the engineering process, what we should do, mitigation measurement, the case study, which is, we call it Yapsa Road, which is in the eastern part of the United Arab Emirates, and then the conclusion. So geohazard, everybody knows that is the natural or human induced phenomena affecting the soil and rock, as well as it is occurs suddenly and cause major damage to our lives, infrastructures, buildings, and our built environment. So basically, this is one. The major types of geohazards which we have with landslide, earthquake, soil liquefactions, sinkholes, ground subsidence, rock fills, tsunami, and the flooding as well. So this picture is from Myanmar. You can see exactly what we have damage caused by a type of these geohazards, the earthquake. And here we have the key drivers of the geohazards which we have. It's like rapid urbanization. For example, this is very important. Sinkholes, many of them happening from the rapid urbanizations. Climate change. In the United Arab Emirates, we had before 2 years a kind of flooding, which we didn't have it for 50 or 60 years, which caused a lot of damage to the infrastructure as well as the geotechnical constructions, excavation, dewatering, deep excavation. We have more than 7-8 basements excavating 30-35 meters, which really causing a lot of hazards or geohazards. I like this classification for geohazard, which we have geological hazards and geotechnical hazards. The difference is geological hazards is the earthquake, the liquefaction is the application of the earthquake. The raining is when have flooding, or rains, this is geological hazard, and the geotechnical hazard will be like the landslide. So basically, this is my understanding to the geohazard, and this is type of them, which we have it as I explained previously. The geological uncertainty, if we go back, this is just the same thing, earthquake, volcanic landslide, and the cause of it. And very important thing which we don't have, it is the incomplete knowledge. And even though we don't have enough information about our geological uncertainties, limited data for sure, interaction, human activity, which is such as, we have it now in Saudi Arabia, for example, We have a lot of mining activities, which also will create it. Some of them because of oil and gas activities, huge in the United Arab Emirates, and we could have few activities related to the geohazard. So we'll move now as we said, the geotechnical hazard, as we speak previously, landslide, liquefactions, groundwater seepage, sinkholes, foundation performance failures. And here again, one of the uncertainties which we have it in the geotechnical hazards, which is soil. We don't have enough knowledge, for example, until now, maybe we don't have Dubai, one of the famous cities, but still we don't have geotechnical databases still, for example. So this is one of the challenges which I see, uncertainty in the calculation. A lot of people still preferring using, sorry to say that, Tomlinson and some empirical equation, which is for sure is not so accurate, which related sometimes to important geotechnical structures. And here we will come to the role of the geotechnical engineer, which is very important to me. The role of geotechnical engineer will start with mitigation. Have to mitigate the problem first. Not thinking after happening the problem. I will have the landslide. We have the liquefaction problem. We have an earthquake problem, which cause, for example, a failure for a tunnel or for an important building. So, second step, which prevention, which is very important as a geotechnical engineer, we should have that. Even though we don't have an earthquake now, but we should study in case, which we call it risk assessment. We are in charge in one of the projects with the NCM in the United Arab Emirates. They want to study if we get, for example, an earthquake of magnitude of 6 or 7, and we had a problem with the main hospital, so how we can solve this problem. And they keep doing those scenarios to avoid this kind of problem. So very important to do that, and risk evaluation, which related to that. Now, geotechnical process, I will try to go very fast on that. Very important thing, the database, disk studies, site investigation, geohazard assessment, mitigation and risk and reductions. Okay, and we can move to this one. For example, some solutions for that, which is it's not important to have the problem. We can know that we have a lot of problems related to landslide. We can start building our retaining walls from now, before having the disaster. And you could see it in the case study, which you have it in the United Arab Emirates. Drainage control, soil nailings, this is vegetation. So we have a lot of solution we can start it. This is some examples. They did it in Canada and Netherlands related to the flooding, the drainage system. And here, very important thing which I want to talk about it, and you will see it in the case study about the geotechnical early warning systems. Very important to have it before having any problems with related to landslide, or even though with respect to flooding and all this stuff. They started in Japan, and they start doing few warning systems, which is helping them when the same. This is what we are trying to do with the Ministry of Infrastructure in the United Arab Emirates. So post-disaster recovery, you should even know what you should do when you build those scenarios. In case I had this disaster, I had this, I have to close the road, I have those ones. What are the solutions if, for example, I have to do it? So I will prepare we call it emergency plan when I have all these disasters. And this is very important role for the geotechnical engineer to have it as well. We did provide only the solution of rock bolts to avoid the failure of the slide, but we should know how we can, even though, find a solution for the city in case of those disasters. Now I will go to the main interesting part of my presentation, in my opinion, which is related to the case study. You can see here the case study is geotechnical monitoring, and we're trying to create a digital twin. I mean, okay, many people will say the importance of it, but sometimes, the ministry like AI, like digital twin and all this stuff, but it is not the real geotechnical engineering behind it. And Professor Georgi, he was talking about AI. I agree with him. The important part, the outcome of it from the technical point of view. It's not bad to use it as a tool, but we shouldn't focus on that tool that much. So the partner here, you could see Ministry of Infrastructure. We have Abu Dhabi University. Society of Engineers, presented by the Geotechnical and Material Committee in Cardio, as well as Bentley, because we try to create a geotechnical workflow related to this project. So we try to use the maximum of tools like BIM, remote sensing, drones, AI, as I mentioned, IoTs. So we try to try more advanced. Maybe those tools will help us in that. And actually, to be honest, it saves our time. But as I mentioned, it is not our core from the project. So the project objective, we have 7 main objectives of this project: assess, conduct, develop, build, implement, create, and integrate. Okay? So first of all, we have to assess the condition, which you will see it now, conduct a proper site investigation for the site, going forward to develop a geotechnical information system as a base for YAPSA road and take it forward to all the all the infrastructure project which we have. Then we built an FEM model related to the geotechnical model and put it as a standard and try to connect it. There is a kind of software, they call it Darwin, which you can, even though connected with the sensor, take it back to the analysis and give it back. So this is one of the solutions or tools which we are trying to use it in the help of AI. Implemented geotechnical monitoring classical one, and thanks for Ingartio for supporting that in those type of monitoring, as well as the remote sensing, and create a digital twin. So because in the infrastructure, for example, for the Mall Road, which we'll see it now, they have like a control room with the normal cameras. And in case they found anything, just to go manually, they send the people, they close it, they remove it from the road to avoid any problem with the road. Now we are trying now to make it in a better way within digital twin, where you can automatically got this information much better than the normal camera, and integrate the digital twin with the geotechnical model, as I mentioned, probably using AI, which I said Darwin. So this automatically, if any event, for example, we had an earthquake, and create, for example, some movement of that. So the new situation of the sensor or the movement of the slide will be taking back to the Blacksys, for example, or FEM model, and after that we run the analysis. And if our safety factor, for example, went down, so we have to go and do our works, like, for example, shotcrete, like we see, rock bolts, and all this stuff. Now, let us forget about those photos, which is not related, sorry, more to AI. Now those photos is real from the project. So the project is in we call it Oman Gulf, I think, from the other side away from the Arabic Gulf. So it's far away from the problem where we have it now with in the United Arab Emirates and the Gulf. So we have the critical slopes. You can see it here, L7, 8, 9, and 11, and 12, which highlighted by the ministry, and already they did some work to solve it. Now we said, okay, let us start. We started with the open ground. We put all the information, all the investigation information, Ghent and those ones, and we built our geological model, which you can see it here, using the leapfrog. Okay, so leapfrog, one of the good solution which you can have as well, the geological model. And after that, here we use the drones to get some accurate things, which you will see it, the drone photos. And after that, you could see what we could create. This is the road. You can see it. We have the rock, and this is the step, and you could see how it's critical. We created a 3D meshing. You can see this is one of our outcome for the YAPSA road, and this is one of the section. I think, if I'm not wrong, it is related to the L7, and you can see that we create the 3D meshing with respect to that. This is another top view photo, just to let you see. This is high resolutions, which you can see how accurate of drones. Those technologies are very helpful. You can see it, and it shows even though where you have cracks, and it is very useful for us. And here another section just for you. Here we can see how we can create those nodes and do meshing for it. And this is section L8, which is one of the critical section which we have it. And this is L9, which I showed before. And we create for L11, the last one, and this is what we have. So the next step after we create all these things, we go back to FAM model. In this case, we use the Blaxis. I know it's not the best solution for the rock stability. It's not the right, don't say the right, but it is not the best one. I will be fast on what. So then here, let me, execution of geotechnical work. We found we use three type of this rock stability, which we did the cutting for the rock. After that, we did rock stabilization using a shotcrete, and we move to rock bolts and anchor systems. And here you can see the rock stability and control cutting. You can see this type of work. This is related to the stabilization using the rock. Here you can see related to the stabilization again. Let me just this, you can see some videos here, how they do the shotcretes and how we use the crane and how it is a little bit critical sometimes to work. And here you can see how we have to be careful in working and stabilizing this. And you can see how it looks in the last picture, which looks really nice and more unstable as well. So this is some information which is related to it. One of the important part of instrumentation, which is we'll start putting the classical or physical instrumentation at site with the help of our guys here from Incardio. But before that, we start doing a remote sensing information. It's really very useful. You can see here we got some analysis using the NSAR. And here you can see we found critical places where we have few things is related to some movement in the rock, but it's still under control. You can see here also even day we can displacement moving from June, July, and all this. You can take it even monthly, and you can have it. Important, the aim of this project also to check to validate as well the NSAR by using the classical monitoring types. And here you can see, we will show one important point which is related to temperature. No, this I think about flooding. Yeah, here. So here about the dry of the rain, how it moves for between 2023, 2022 and 2023. This importance very up because of related to the rain. And as I said to you, we have a huge rain happening in the 2024, where we have huge, you can see here how it is changing. So you will get the information, and also this is impacting the stability of the rock and how it is impact. Here also related to the temperature, which we can get it monthly using NSAR. So we get a lot of data from NSAR. And here you can see the temperature within every month, which we can get. A lot of data we can have it from NSAR, very useful tool, but we cannot rely on it separately. So we also have our own classical way of monitoring, which you will have it in the mountain itself. So the digital twin, which we are planning to create it with, for example, iTwin or any tool which is related to have it. So we'll have the one of those slopes. We have it and all the movement, and it will be live digital twin. And then we will have alert system. Any movement will happen, anything using AI, it will give directly alert to the engineer who's sitting in the control room, and after that he can take the action. We will not rely on the AI to take the action, but he will give some solution. For example, you have to provide net, you have to close one part of the road, you have to, for example, do rock bolts, few things, and after that, when the geotech engineer do the full analysis, we will have it. And conclusion just about the project and about, for example, all these tools, in my opinion, are useful. It's helpful, but you cannot rely on it. The real geotechnical engineering should happen. The geotechnical engineer should deal with the problem from the beginning, how he prevent the problem, not after happening, and we have the disaster. Just our solutions come after that. And I would like to thank you, because I know we have 15 minutes. So this is some thank you, and this is some information if you need some information about you, and really thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marwan. To present a memento to Dr. Marwan, I invite Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma, EC member, IGS Indore.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. I would now like to welcome Professor Kaushik Bandyopadhyay to the stage. He is professor and former head of Department of Construction Engineering at Yadavpur University, Kolkata. With over 35 years of experience in geotechnical engineering, his research focuses on geotechnical earthquake engineering, geoenvironmental engineering, in situ testing, and structural rehabilitation. He has held research appointments at leading international universities and published around 100 technical papers and guided numerous postgraduate and doctoral students. A recipient of the IUSSTA Fellowship, ISSMGE Foundation Fellowship, and several Best Paper Awards. Professor Bandyopadhyay is currently Vice President of ICI and active contributor to international and national professional geotechnical organizations. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Minu, for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. So now I am standing between you and the lunch. So I understand. So I have to cut short, or I have to manage, I have to balance. So I'll try to do justice. Let me try. So, so my topic was like, so first of all, of course, I must thank Dr. Nilima, Professor, IIT Indore, for giving me this opportunity and honor to speak before this August gathering. So I am thankful to her, and also Dr. Anil Joseph, President IGS, and also Vice President ISSMGE, for also supporting. Thank you, and also all the IGS Executive Committee members present here. My regards to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and all the distinguished guests and delegates. So this is basically the use of DMT, SDMT, and Medusa DMT for design, management, and field monitoring of foundation systems. So here I will first acknowledge my present students and also past students, as well as also studio Professor Marchetti, and in particular Diego Marchetti. And also I'll acknowledge the help from MN Consultants Calcutta and also Marlin Projects Calcutta for giving us the permission for using their project sites and all the data. So this was supposed to be my presentation outline, though I will cut short. So first introduction, then geotechnical assets. So I will basically skip all these because this has already been discussed in detail, and so straightway I will go to overview of DMT little bit, and then some case studies, how so far the time will permit, and let's try. So here these are all geotechnical assets. These are long been discussed. So then why is it important? We all know that what are the growing challenges and consequences of poor management, what can happen due to that. So we should develop an inventory consisting of all these, and then yes, there should be some condition assessment. So these are the various conditions assessments that also we have heard in today's different discourses in the morning. So these are some monitoring technologies. I am not going into this. So next, an overview of DMT. So this DMT, the full form, it is a dilatometer. So it was invented by Professor Silvano Marchetti way back in 1970s at L'Aquila University while he was working there. And then it is known as Marchetti 1980 from there. So it basically consists of steel blade, you see, which can thin and expandable, and it can expand by 1.1 millimeter, and by this expansion of this steel blade, actually the gas, standard gas is being pressurizes this steel blade to expand this, and generally the nitrogen gas is used. So by that expansion, we can measure the lateral stress. It is not like somebody confuses with pressure meter. A pressure meter, that is a quite different thing. It is very small expansion, but from that he developed different correlations, and there are three readings basically: the A pressure reading, B pressure reading, and C pressure reading. So by means of all these three pressure readings, we can get all these correlations. That is how to find out the pore pressure, also the horizontal stress index, the P1, P0, PT, that is the C, phi, I, that is the index, how to classify the soil, whether it is sand or clay, and so on and so forth. So I'm not going into these details. So this is the actually DMT. So, and this is SDMT and Medusa. SDMT is nothing but that DMT blade with a probe attached to it, which within that probe there are two sensors are attached. So these are the sensors which can take the readings, and then if there is a shear wave is applied, so that by virtue of that this simple equation, we can get the Vs and also the G0, the shear modulus. So now they have developed further, moved into further developments like the Medusa. So in this Medusa DMT, no gas pressure is required. You see, it is there are some electronics inside that probe, by virtue of which all these readings can be taken. So these are some observed. Yes. Some observed DMT predicted settlement versus observed settlements by various researchers are given. So these are quite in order. So I will just mention some case studies what we have, myself and my research scholars have performed. So by virtue of which we have found jolly well that these DMT readings are quite acceptable and they are in order. So this is a particular case study of a heritage building in Calcutta, that is the Honorable High Court building. I must also acknowledge for this work my fellow researchers, Professor Shiv Kumar Babu and also Professor Satyendra Mittal. We were together in this project. So here, this work was published in the International Conference on Geotech and Geophysical Site Characterization, Budapest. So here, basically what happened, it is a heritage building, more than about 150 years old. So here actually there was a library, and the authorities there, the administration, somehow due to some reason, they just shifted that library, the books rather, not the library, the bookshelves and everything they have shifted. And due to this shifting, there was on the northwest corner of that is on which side the books were shifted, huge settlement, and because it is an old structure, lot of cracks appeared. So then and it was of that load of those books, extra books, was to the order of tune of 200 kPa. So then they tried to conduct some investigation. So we were involved in that. So here DMT test was conducted. So these are the locations of DMT, borehole 1, borehole 2, and borehole 3 on the northwest corner of this. This is the High Court building. So then there was settlement sensors were also installed, and these are the plan of the settlement sensors. and this was the soil strata there. So here originally the depth of the foundation was 1.9 meter below the existing ground level. The foundation was strip footing of width 2.1 meter, and total load intensity, as I mentioned, it was to the tune of 20 ton per meter square. So now finally I am not going to the other details. So we got the settlement profile. So this is the settlement profile from DMT, and this is from conventional approach by theoretical analytical calculation, and this is from Plaxis 2D analysis, and these were the observed settlement from the settlement sensors. So here the predicted settlement maximum was long-term settlement approximately for 170 millimeter after 100 years. That was calculated theoretically, and then the DMT settlement software also furnished settlement results. So here finally we can see that it demonstrates the importance of monitoring technologies for accurate interpretation of causes of distress. So we found that from the settlement sensors and also the DMT results, they tallied very well. So the reason, the causes of distress, and also afterwards some ground improvement project was implemented there. So I'm not going into the detail. So that was mostly done by Professor Satyendra Mittal by installing micropiles and also chemical grouting. So next, another case study on embankment and RE wall. Actually, this our region in the eastern part of India is basically on this marine soil is lot of deposits. The constructions are happening. So also this work was also published just recently. Last month it was published in Indian Geotechnical Journal. So here on this marine soil very near to the seas, so there an embankment was constructed. So this is the Saulat bridge. It is in the East Midnapur district of West Bengal, and here there was a Pichaboni. This is the canal, Pichaboni Kalan. So in this location there was this old road was going. So the administration, the PWD, they decided that they will keep some of these on the dikes. There were existing dikes in this region, so they will keep those dikes, and the rest portion of these dikes they would cut and then construct the RE embankment and also the RE wall. So here PVDs were installed in a triangular grid pattern of 1 meter center to center spacing with length of 12 meters. There were 3 construction stages allowing 90% consolidation before subsequent embankment fills. And this subsoil was also modeled in Plaxis 3D and 2D. And numerical predictions of settlement, pore pressure, dissipation, embankment stability against field monitoring data were all taken, and finally it provided a reliable and economical solution for the construction of the RE embankment. So I'll just skip through some of the salient. So this was the subsoil profile. So here you see at a depth of about 17 meters, the shear strength, the CU value was so low, to 21 kPa. So and these are the input parameters in the Plaxis model for geotextile and geogrid, and these are the advanced constitutive model. Here we have used subsoil model from Plaxis, and it gave very good results. We have tried other models also, hardening soil and also hardening soil, small strain model, but yes, we got this one fairly, it gave fairly good results with the field results if we compare it. So here these are the settlement comparison between the in situ observations and numerical analysis. So these are the in situ settlement observations, and this is the excess pore pressure. These were also calculated by installed piezometers at the site. So these are the settlement and excess pore pressure data. So this is time versus settlement curve from the observed settlement plate A and B, and these are the piezometer data. Also here this is the first stage first stage consolidation. So this was the maximum settlement that was observed in the field. And here we have used this Akira Asaoka's method for finding out the final or maximum settlement, theoretical maximum settlement. And then based on that, we have drawn this 45-degree line as is mentioned in his work. So we have followed that, and then we got the final field settlement like this. So from there we got the total degree of consolidation for calculating the, for reaching or for the next stage construction. So these were the interpretation of horizontal displacement through in kilometer readings. So also in kilometers were installed. So this was the reading of the field in kilometer. We have also done it in Plaxis also, but I have not shown here the Plaxis result because the Plaxis results shows some discrepancies, because here you see in the field in kilometer reading there are some negative readings also, but these were actually then later on the manufacturer, they justified this, that the displacement sign change indicates ground deformation differently, and positive readings movement in the positive direction of the selected axis, and negative displacement means the movement in the opposite direction. So there were some movements beneath the ground. So, and rotation of the soil mass, development of a shear zone, differential movement between soil layers, excavation induced deformation, slope stability. So all these effects should be taken into consideration by means of these in kilometer readings. But in case of Plaxis, if we have just blindly followed that, there was only positive reading in this direction. Because it is field observation, I will give more importance to this reading rather than the Plaxis one. Maybe there were some also errors in the Plaxis input or whatever, but these readings were obtained for the in kilometer. So this is the comparison between the in situ observation and numerical analysis. So you see these are fairly in order. So it demonstrates the application of advanced constitutive soil models in simulating the embankment behavior, and it is validated by field monitoring data for settlement and excess pore pressure. Now there was some also some dynamic analysis was also performed. So this was actually also as I mentioned, published recently in the Indian Geotechnical Journal. So some standard ground motion was applied, and based on that these are the output most results. So we find that the dynamic analysis revealed that effective energy transmission and dissipation under seismic loading happened, ensuring the stability with a reasonable safety margin. We have got the stability factor for earthquake related issues as more than 1.3. So it underscores the importance of accurate numerical modeling and detailed field monitoring. So I'll just skip through another case study. So here this is a tunnel. Actually there was a tunnel TBM failure in Calcutta itself. In Calcutta, there are a lot of infrastructure developments are taking place nowadays. So here in Bowbazar area in central Calcutta, actually there was an incident that, yes, I will try. I'll try. So here a TBM failure happened. So after that, there are investigations happened. So here so this was the location, the orientation of the tunnel, and this is the region where this happened. So actually, the interesting is this is the soil profile. So here lies the I want to give importance for the field investigation people, because they found that actually the tunnel crown lies in this zone. So and this is the farm to stiff clay layer, but actually so in the soil report, it was said that the soil was fairly good in this region. So in this layer, so the tunnel can be constructed in this region. But after post incident of this, so this were here also DMT tests were conducted, and these were the initial before, because it was a so congested area. So this type of conventional soil exploration test could not be conducted. So here you see this empty lands. These were all very congested buildings. They were completely destroyed. by that ground movement. So anyway, that was because of time short, I cannot just explain detail. So here I want to explain, give importance that in the soil investigation data, it was said that it was silty clay and the clay content was more than 50%. But in that clay, it was mostly quartz. So mostly it was quartz percentage was more than 50%. So the clay size fraction was, you see, less than about 16.3%. So what happened? Soil comprising quartz material of sand, silt and clay sizes just flowed with that water. And then initial boreholes suggested a stretch of fairly uniform sandy soil instead. So clay size fraction was not qualifying as a binder, rather it mainly acted as an erodible material. So this is this point we found out from this study. And also here also the dynamic analysis was carried out, and here also we found that from dynamic analysis point of view, it was also not safe for that TBM operation. So these were anyway, so these were the detailed kind of analysis. So anyway, so I will now just skip. So this was another tall building. I just skipped this. So now I have almost just this study. This was a further. So I tried to highlight that different, for the tunnel, how it is important, this field monitoring. For tall buildings, how it is important, this field monitoring, and the soil, the field tests, and also for our standard RE embankment, how it is being important and material, and it is being implemented. So these are some. This work was also published. So now these are the challenges, and these are the future trends. So already a lot of discussions took place. So key takeaways and conclusion, I will finish that: prevent failures before they occur, optimize maintenance investments, improve infrastructure resilience, and enable sustainable asset management. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will now invite Dr. Mayur Singhi, EC member, IGS Indore, to present a token to Professor Bandyopadhyay. I would like to sincerely thank all our speakers for sharing their expertise, insights, and experience with us today. Due to time constraints, we will skip the Q&A session. You can meet the speakers during lunch and continue the discussion. As we now continue with the rest of ISFMG, I hope the ideas and conversations from this morning will inspire further discussions throughout the symposium over the coming days. The challenges facing geotechnical infrastructure are significant, but so too are the opportunities created by the advances in monitoring, sensor technologies, data analytics, and engineering practice. Thank you once again for your participation, and I wish you all an enjoyable and rewarding symposium. As Professor Nilima mentioned in the morning, have fruitful discussions, enjoy Indore, and go back with some new friends.
Thank you, Dr. Meenu. And now to present a memento to Dr. Meenu Teresa Abraham, the coordinator of this event, I invite Dr. Nilima Satyam. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the conclusion of the morning technical program. We now break for lunch and networking, and we have to be back in the hall by 2:45 p.m. and we'll resume with the sessions. Lunch is being served in the Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back once again. The organizing committee gratefully acknowledges the generous support of our sponsors and partners whose contributions have been instrumental in the successful conduct of ISFMG. Our platinum sponsor is Engario Right. Our gold sponsors are AMNS India, AC Infratech, Garware Technical Fibers, Dinesh Chandra R. Agarwal Infracon Private Limited, and Infrastructure Builder Ahmedabad. Our silver sponsors are Savi, Dilip Bilkon Limited, and Campbell Scientific. Our bronze sponsors are Megha Engineering and Infrastructures Limited, KMB Projects Limited, SCC, Geoservices Maritime Private Limited, Hydraulic and Engineering Instruments, SEM India, and Srigande Consultants. We also acknowledge the support of Explore, GTRS, Seacons, Acropolis, Engineering Wisdom, and Mayur as our supporting partners. We sincerely thank all our sponsors and supporters for their valuable partnership and contribution to the success of ISFMG 2026. We will be starting off this post-lunch session with yet another corporate presentation by KMB Projects Limited. Thank you. I take the privilege of inviting Mr. Rajesh Krishnamurthy and Mr. Subhash from KMB Projects Limited to lead us through this corporate presentation. KMB Projects Limited is the bronze sponsors of ISFMG 2026. Over to you.
Hello, good afternoon. So I think after the lunch session, it's going to be a difficult session for everyone. So, but I'll breeze through with my presentation quickly, and hope you will not be. I will be able to still absorb it, despite this. I mean, the dosing that I can see. Sorry. Okay, that's fine. I mean, this is good. Okay. So. First of all, I'd like to thank organizers for having this wonderful event organized beautifully in the center of the city, and it's also great this opportunity for us to sponsor and present ourselves here in a quick presentation. So what I'll do is I'll not take much time. There is a corporate film which is going to be running after my initial views on where we come from. So as a construction company, we started off 100 years back, KMB Projects Limited, named after the founder. Mr. Kotaya started as an irrigation company, lift irrigation company. And then from there on, we moved into the core construction, and that's how we started off with constructing residential and commercial buildings, and also industrial, and then we went into the infrastructure space. How do you push? Yeah. Okay. So I'll quickly go through because there's a corporate film anyway waiting, and so this we have scaled across, and thank you. Which one? This one? Yeah. Okay. So with a presence over 18 states, 2,500 employees plus, and 3,000 crore turnover, we have been growing steadily. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So Mr. Kotaya, as I told you, is the founder. He started with the company as a lift irrigation, and now our current chairman, Mr. KMV Prasad Rao, he actually coined the term KMV, and he started the company incorporated in 1979, and we have actually taken projects after 2007 onwards, and never looked back. From a 50 crore turnover company in 2007, we are now at 3,500 crore turnover, and we'll be soon 4,000 crore by 2027. So this is as far as our legacy goes. So from the legacy growth to the formal growth, and now at the pivotal expansion, we have actually come a long way. As KV Projects Limited, to which I belong to, we present in 18 states. We are into building and factories, transportation, power, and water. And incidentally, we also are connected with IIT because we are, doing a tunnel project in Chhattisgarh for NHAI, where they are supporting us on the, the design aspects of it, or the tunnel. So the moments that shaped, starting with a small company, we actually moved into our airport project. We did Shivmoga, and then the one you see in the middle, and then went on to do a taxiway in connecting between T1 and T3 in Delhi. Hopefully, most of you would have seen it. And then also we entered into the HAM mode because we wanted to basically be on the road, not as an EPC but a HAM, because which also gives us a leverage in terms of nullifying the competition, and also be on a better business profile. In transportation, we already, I told you, like we did a dial taxiway, we did a 42-kilometer Khammam Devarapalli highway, and then this CG3, which is basically where we are associated with IIT Indore, where we are doing this, and tunnel breakthrough happened last October, and this project is going quite good despite all the challenges that we have been facing, and of course support from IIT is no less. In power also, we are present in transmission. We have done solar PV projects, and also we have done a healthway in Hyderabad. If anybody of you have visited, alongside the ORR, you would see a 16 megawatt, 23-kilometer stretch, which we are planning to expand to 100 kilometers. Water, of course, where we started off. Today, we are not doing as many water projects as we used to do earlier. Of course, we are not no longer dependent much, because there's a lot of activities already been done in water projects. So the growth, as you can see, we have grown consistently, and of course, net worth wise, we are also growing. The values, of course, as all of us know, are the key foundation that gives us the success, and all of us believe in that. All the employees and our founding fathers have actually instilled in us, all of us. This is the cycle track alongside the ORR. There is a drone shoot, of course, which will be running in the film, so I'll skip this. And as also a real estate developer, we are working in Vijayawada, where we are developing real estate towers. The highest tower in Vijayawada is also by us, and there are many projects going on currently as well. I think that. So now we move on to the corporate film, and I think that will give a overall picture of what I actually wanted to convey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh Krishnamurthy from KMV Projects Limited. As a token of appreciation from...
A force which has paved way for innovation and path-breaking initiatives. It requires extraordinary vision and the ability to rise above conventional thought process. One such step by a visionary entrepreneur, Mr. K. Kotaya, way back in early 1900s, triggered an inspirational journey. His vision gained wings when this legacy was inherited by Mr. Prasad Rao in 1979, and the company King NV took shape. From a turnover of rupees 5 crores in the year 2001 The company has grown more than 100-fold. It's always been our endeavor to delight our clients and all other stakeholders. The KMV journey has been truly amazing. For more than 3 decades, KMV's brand has been synonymous with high-quality construction and infrastructure development. Our continuous and relentless efforts in delivering high-quality projects by consistently matching timeline is one of the key differentiating factors that sets the KMV brand apart. KMV has the distinction of execution of projects on par with some of the biggest players in the country. KMV has a strong operational presence across India with rich experience of delivering diversified projects. Our key milestones define our success journey from a humble beginning to one of the best in the industry. At KMV, we are driven by our core values and are implemented in spirit in every facet of the organization. We are managed by a professional team of board of directors. Our success journey is reflected in every project of our elite clientele. KMV is poised to be one of the biggest players in the Indian infra sector, creating world-class infrastructure through metro rail, airports, smart buildings, and mega residential, industrial, institutional, commercial, and healthcare projects. At KMV, the journey of emergence continues. KMV Group. KMV Group. Forward focus, ageless value.
Thank you, KMV Projects. On behalf of the organizers, I request Mr. Rajesh Krishnamurthy to kindly accept a memento as token of our appreciation. I invite Dr. Mohammed Naseem to present a memento to Mr. Rajesh Krishnamurthy. thank you all. Field monitoring lies at the heart of safer, smarter, and more resilient infrastructure. The stimulating discussions and insightful deliberations during the morning sessions have reinforced the importance of innovation, collaboration, and engineering excellence in addressing the challenges of modern infrastructure. We now resume the technical program with workshop 2 on geotechnical instrumentation. This workshop will feature hands-on technical session on data acquisition, field calibration, and monitoring integration led by Mr. Shaudhya Rastogi of Campbell, India. The workshop will be coordinated by Dr. Kunal Gupta. I'm also delighted to share with all of you that Dr. Gupta has been awarded the prestigious JSPS Fellowship. We congratulate him for this well-deserved recognition and wish him continued success. Dr. Kunal Gupta, please take over the proceedings.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of our organizing committee, I warmly welcome you all to the second workshop, which is on the geotechnical instrumentation. For this workshop, it's my pleasure to introduce our speaker, Mr. Eric Smith, an application specialist in the infrastructure group at Campbell Scientific. He works with engineers and researchers worldwide, providing expertise in advanced measurement and monitoring systems for geotechnical engineering, dams, and mining. He also delivers technical training across Campbell Scientific's international offices. I'm sure his session will provide insights into the latest developments in geotechnical instrumentation. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Eric Smith.
Thank you. I'm very excited and very honored to be here today to present this workshop from Campbell Scientific about some of the latest advances in technology around monitoring and instrumentation. So a quick introduction of our company. Campbell Scientific was founded 52 years ago in a small town in Utah in the United States called Logan, Utah. It is a privately owned company. We were the original manufacturer of data loggers, and we've gone on to produce many sensors in the areas as well. We have installations on every continent in the US, or every continent in the world, my apologies. We have a weather station on Mount Everest, and we also have our data loggers and instrumentation on the space shuttle. We have 19 global offices, including one here in Delhi. 700 employees. We cover many markets, including dam monitoring, structural health monitoring, environmental monitoring, including weather stations, and renewable energy, so measuring solar farms and wind farms. So the first topic I want to talk about today in this workshop is a potential problem when measuring vibrating wire sensors, and that's electromagnetical noise and how it can interfere and what steps can be taken to reduce that noise or eliminate it. For those who may not understand all the exactly how a vibrating wire sensor works, I want to start very simple and explain how this entire class of sensors work. Pretty much all vibrating wire sensors across the world from every manufacturer all work on one basic principle, and that is you have two fixed points and you have a wire strung between those two. As the tension changes between those two fixed points, the resonant frequency of that wire changes. A much simpler way to imagine this is it's like a guitar. A guitar is held fixed on the bottom, and the strings are strung all the way to the top, and if you turn those tuning pegs and you tighten that string, the higher the pitch of the note when you pluck the string. And conversely, if you loosen that, it will lower the frequency. So you imagine taking that and turning it into an entire class of instruments. The most common types of vibrating wire sensors we see are, generally speaking, piezometers are extremely common, used widely throughout dam monitoring and landslide monitoring, monitoring at mines, all sorts of places. We see a lot of strain gauges to measure strain on steel beams and bridges and things like that. We have crack meters, and those measure distance. So if you see a crack beginning to form, you can measure that propagation of that crack. And lastly, here I have pictures of load cells measuring load or weight. Here's a little bit what those look like. As I said, all of these, even though they are measuring wildly different parameters, they all function under that same principle. It is a wire held fixed between 2 points, and as those points are affected by the environment, it will change the frequency of a vibrating wire. Here we have a piezometer, so you can see our vibrating wire here, and then a diaphragm that, as the water pressure increases or decreases, pushes on that vibrating wire. Here we have a crack meter, so here is our vibrating wire element, and this is actually affected by a spring. So as the crack propagates and that distance increases, that spring will put force onto that vibrating wire element. Down here is a strain gauge. This is the simplest form. It is simply fixed onto a surface, and as deformation occurs, you can see that tension or compression. And lastly, here is an example of an earth pressure cell, where this will be placed in the earth, and as the soil adds weight to this, it will push a fluid down this into a pressure transducer that can be measured, which is just another vibrating wire sensor. So every one of these sensors is measured with a frequency. That vibrating wire is excited by a data logger and allowed to vibrate. And then the data logger will listen through what are called coils, and it will give you a millivolt response like this. It's a sinusoidal wave. This is real and actual data that I got from my desk. You'll notice this happens in a tiny fraction of a second. In order to measure this and for the data logger to actually report a frequency, it's going to do one of generally two methods. The first one is called zero crossings. So you can see every time this crosses 0 millivolts, and one entire wave crosses 0 twice. So you count the number of times it crosses 0, divide by 2, and that is your frequency. The other way is if you do some calculus, you'll notice that every time the slope turns from negative to positive is also one wave. So there's something called leading edge. So there's a few simple ways that just involve counting the number of waves very quickly and reporting a frequency. This method is called time domain or period averaging. However, we discovered that there can be issues. As I said, those vibrating wire sensors, ideally, those coils are only picking up your vibrating wire. They're very, very close to it, but it is possible to pick up extraneous noise, electrical noise, electromagnetic fields. So this is the way that when we as Campbell Scientific first developed our first vibrating wire reader in 1988. This is the technology we used. We counted the zero crossings. But here's a small problem with that. Sometimes you can get data like this. These are two separate lines. The blue line is something very clean, but you'll notice this red line that's superimposed has some problems with noise. So if we zoom in, you'll see a big problem right here. So obviously this is over several seconds. There are a lot of waveforms in there. But if you're crossing 0 and you're counting 0 crossings and you have something like this, you can see how many zeros we've missed. And on this side, and even if you're doing leading edge, you can see we're going to miss a few. This is going to undercount your measurement, And the frequency that ultimately gets reported is going to be off. It's going to be incorrect. And a huge part of getting data on dams is getting data you can trust, getting actual data. Because if your data is not representative of what's actually happening, it's useless. So as I said, these problems are caused by electromagnetic noise. What are the sources of electromagnetic noise? A big one that we've seen in field installations is power lines, especially at power generation dams. Power generation dams create a huge amount of electricity, and that electricity has to be carried away from the dam, and the power transmission lines can be a very big problem because they radiate this huge electromagnetic field. Radio waves, lightning can also cause this. One that we see more often, we've seen in mining and tailings mines, or tailings dams in mines, is large equipment. Very large equipment, electric vehicles, things like that, can output a lot of electromagnetic noise. And even some smaller equipment can cause this. This is a cutout of a real piezometer, vibrating wire sensor. You can see the 2 points that are fixed. This is the vibrating wire in this little canal. And these yellow things are the coils. They are what the data logger uses to excite the sensor. I say pluck, but it's not a physical movement. It is done magnetically. And not only are they used to excite the vibrating wire, they also listen, and they are what gives you that response. They are what the data logger is reading. But as you can see, those act like microphones. They can pick up anything. So Campbell Scientific decided we needed to do something with this data to try to clean it up. So we employed a fast Fourier transform. For those who remember this in any of your math classes in college, a Fourier transform takes a sinusoidal wave, a signal, and it breaks it into all of its simplest components, every possible frequency, and then it tells you the amount that each frequency contributes to the signal. And for anybody who feels lost right now, I have a much simpler way to explain this. Imagine someone hands you a smoothie or a milkshake. You have no idea what's in it. So you take a taste, you kind of know what's in there, but you don't know exactly all the ingredients, and you don't know in what amounts those ingredients are. So now imagine that you had the ability to stick your smoothie in a blender and unblend it back to its original components. This is what we can do mathematically. As I said, our data logger, those coils are going to pick up the vibrating wire plus any noise around you, and what the data logger sees is just that one signal, that one wave. So we need to unblend it, and it will break it apart into, ideally, our vibrating wire signal, which should be the strongest thing because those coils are right very close, within a millimeter of it. But then you can also pick up other noise sources, and it will break those out, and it'll tell you how much each of those are contributing to the signal the data logger saw. And in this way, we can take out the noise and ignore it. This is what it looks like. Everything you're seeing here is what it takes the data logger to make one measurement. When you take, you probably can't hear it, maybe you can hear this. We actually have a sensor right here. It's making a little noise once a second. In 1 second, all of this is happening, and it reports one value, your frequency. So here's that, oh, my apologies. Here's that time series. Normally, that time series looks a little bit like that. It rings down, and it lasts about 1/4 of a second, just over 1/4 of a second. You can see how much noise we have here, all of these giant spikes. It's not normal. But you can see our x-axis here goes from 0 to 0.27 seconds. So we're in the time domain. We perform the fast Fourier transform on the raw data. This is 32,000 points in order to create one waveform to get one data point. We run it through that fast Fourier transform, and we turn it into the frequency spectrum. As I said, this is our now unblended smoothie. The x-axis now represents every possible frequency from 0 to 7,000, and every spike is every frequency that is contributing to the signal. So now we've taken that signal, broken it apart into every possible component, and now we pick the tallest one. That's your sensor. Everything else is completely ignored. So by using fast Fourier transforms and the technology we developed called VSPECT, which is just our nickname for it because it's simpler to say, we're able to eliminate that noise and stop it from causing problems and causing erroneous data. One bonus feature of performing a fast Fourier transform is it allows a little bit of extra data. Because we turn it into a frequency spectrum, we can look at that data and glean a little bit more information. Normally, you would just get a sensor frequency and a thermistor because every vibrating wire sensor has a thermistor for temperature compensation. So those are the two values that you would get normally. We have also included 4 additional values to help give you an idea of what's going on and the relative health of your sensor and a little bit about the environment that it's in. So the first one is amplitude, and that is basically how tall is that tallest peak. If you save that reading once a day and over months or years or decades, you can watch what is happening to your sensor. You can see if it's getting weaker. You can see if it's approaching 0 and you may need to replace that sensor. So rather than guessing, you'll know a little better. The second one is our noise frequency, which is reported as the frequency of the second tallest peak. This just tells you a little bit about where that's coming from. If you know of things happening nearby, if you see it down in the 50 hertz range, it's probably from AC power. It could be a power line, could be something else. Next, we have the signal to noise ratio, which is just the ratio from that amplitude to that second tallest peak. As that ratio decreases, those two are getting closer together, and the more likely it is that the noise is going to overtake your signal. And that's when you are in a lot of trouble. That's when you're probably going to need to replace your sensor. The last one is decay ratio, which in the time series is just how fast does that sensor ring down. Now, none of those 4 are turned into engineering units. They're not what you're looking for. They're not the pressure in a piezometer. They're not the distance of a crack meter. They're not the strain of a strain gauge. These are just simply ways to see, we call it metadata, health for your sensor. And they are just attached to the individual sensor. So that's VSPECT. That was our first exciting a bit of technology and that ability to use fast Fourier transforms to get rid of noise. One last thing I want to mention before I move on to this. Another thing about it is it allows for extremely long cable lengths. So normally with a vibrating wire sensor and the average data logger, you can do about 1 kilometer, maybe more, maybe less, but about 1 kilometer of cable. With our VSPECT technology, I personally have tested in our cabling department at our headquarters. I have tested about 4 kilometers of cable and gotten great signal. We have reports of some clients in China who pushed that to about 10 kilometers and claimed that they were getting data. I can't guarantee 10 kilometers, but you can get extremely long cable lengths if that's something that you need. So I want to then move past VSPECT into something called dynamic vibrating wire. And what do I mean by dynamic is what I have here at the subtitle. Anything faster than a second. So a static vibrating wire is pretty much every vibrating wire sensor you see. Can usually be measured as fast as 1 second. This one that I have right here is being measured at 1 second. So every second it rings. There's that ring, the excitation, it rings down, it takes a little bit of time, and this is about as fast as you can measure it normally. The applications are everything you can think of that you normally have vibrating wire sensors for, whether that's checking water level. Mostly in the geotech world, we're talking about very slow-moving objects. We're talking about once an hour, once a day measurements. But sometimes you're trying to measure an event that is happening much, much faster than that. So we created a device that allows you to take vibrating wire sensors and measure them multiple times a second. We have speeds of 20 hertz, 50 hertz, 100, 200, and 333 hertz. Meaning for most sensors, will work within the 100 to 200 measurements per second range. This is something unique that we developed, and to help you understand a little bit how it works, I'll show that in a second. I want to make it very clear, you do not need specialty sensors to use this. In case you want to use this on your dams or on your bridges if you're doing structural health monitoring or whatever monitoring you're doing that you want high speed, the sensors that are already there, you can just hook this device up. You don't need specialty sensors. And it's extremely simultaneous. A little bit about how it works. As I said, a data logger will provide an excitation to a sensor, and that begins that vibrating wire. It begins to vibrate. Normally, we let that ring down, and then a second later, we excite it again. It takes a lot of energy to get it from rest up to a vibrating state. But our engineers figured out a way to basically, every fraction of a second, we excite it just enough to keep it ringing. So rather than to start from 0 and have it start vibrating, we just keep it going. And because it is constantly ringing, then we can take a lot of measurements continuously. The easiest way to describe this, and our engineers like to describe it, is like pushing a kid on a swing. In order to get a kid on a swing going at full bore, it takes a lot of energy. But then, once they're going, it just takes a little push, but it has to be done in phase. If you push as they're coming back, you're going to arrest all of their momentum, and they're going to slow down. But if you can push them right at the exact moment, it takes very little energy to keep it continuously moving. And that's what our device does. And like I said, that allows for these very high speeds of a sensor that is not known for being high speed. So dynamic vibrating wire, where would you use it? Really, anytime you think of using a piezometer or a strain gauge, but you run into the limits of vibrating wire, where you can only do it at a second, but now you have a whole new world opened up. Vibrating wire technology is often used in geotech because it's incredibly robust. It survives well underground and in very harsh conditions where some other sensors have problems. It survives temperature swings much better. Survivability is a big deal. It also, vibrating wire sensors are less prone to drift than other types of sensors. So to have all of the pros of vibrating wire moved into the high speed is extremely important to a small group of people that we've worked with. We've seen it most on highway overpasses and bridges. People like to see as cars and trucks move over a bridge, it will cause a small amount of deflection. There are some smaller bridges where they have weight limits, and they wanted to see how often they can't have somebody stationed at that bridge watching and weighing every truck. So they put strain gauges on these bridges to see where large deflection events happen. Because larger deflection events will cause more wear and tear on your concrete, and it will cause it to fracture and develop cracks and break, and it reduces the lifespan of the bridge. So that's where we've seen it probably used the most. Another application that I wanted to bring up, I don't have data or slides for. We have worked with NASA out of the United States for space shuttle launches. And at Cape Canaveral, they put a bunch of piezometers all around the launch pad because they wanted to see as these enormous rockets lift off into space, they create a huge amount of force on the ground, and it causes the water underground to behave strangely, and it causes basically an underground wave. So they wanted basically blast pressure monitoring around the launch sites of rockets. So they used a bunch of piezometers, vibrating wire piezometers, and ran them at 200 hertz to see the behavior of the water underground, because it was starting to wash away their shoreline in an unusual way. So you've seen this used in very, very cool applications, and we hope that by letting people know that it exists, that we'll hopefully see more amazing projects from all of you folks. One question that I've gotten multiple times throughout the world at conferences is, if you can excite a vibrating wire sensor continuously, does it wear out faster? And the short answer is no, it does not. This is a study from the Norwegian Geotechnical Institute. Began in 1976, so a very long time ago, where they took a vibrating wire sensor and basically began it vibrating, and they've been continuously exciting it. Originally, the data point we have is 27 years. We need to check that they're still doing this. We believe they are, but it's hard to come in contact with them. But for at least 27 years, even constantly exciting it, it did not wear out. The sensor did not drift. It did not experience any problems. So measuring your sensors dynamically should not cause additional wear and tear. Here's some examples, very quick, with some data to show what this looks like. This is a solar array that we have at our headquarters in Logan, Utah, in the United States. There are 65 solar panels here, and we instrumented this with several strain gauges, both foil bonded strain gauges and vibrating wire strain gauges. And this is the data that we got. We found that vibrating wire was just a little more stable in this one. It's hard to see, but there's a little more noise through some of these events. We just wanted to see what happens when the wind catches this giant sail, basically, because this solar panel or solar array will go flat in wind conditions, but it'll also track the sun, which is a really cool application. But this is the most striking image that we have of the difference of why we push vibrating wire over a traditional foil bonded strain gauge for some high-speed applications. There's a lot less noise. So this top one, this is an overpass, a bridge that was instrumented, and they wanted to test the difference. So they put a foil bonded strain gauge and a vibrating wire strain gauge side by side in multiple locations. And you can see these are the events. This is every time a car or truck went over that bridge, because they wanted to see that deflection. So it had an extremely good return to zero. But my favorite part is you can see every little car, but you can also see the larger trucks. Whereas with the full bonded strain gauge, you could just see the trucks. Granted, what they were looking for were these larger events, but it's really cool that they were able to see everything. My favorite part is the little fork here, and that's the front axle and the back axle. We were able to measure this with such an incredible resolution that you could see the front half of the car versus the back half of the truck. The front half of the truck versus the back half, which is an incredible amount of resolution. One of my favorite demonstrations when I give trainings is we have a concrete column that's about this big and about that tall. And inside is one very small vibrating wire strain gauge. And I can hook up our dynamic vibrating wire module to it and measure it, and I can take my thumb, and that's all that it takes. I can put my thumb on the top of that and push down, and you can see the graph move. It's an incredible amount of resolution. It takes very little force, and that represents the amount that the concrete is moving because of my thumb. So that's our second exciting technology. Our third has existed for a while, but not a lot of people know about it. It's called Time Domain Reflectometry, or TDR. And I want to highlight how it can be used in early warning landslide systems. To quickly understand how TDR works, A very quick history is that telecommunications companies had these miles and miles of cable. And if they ever had a problem, a discontinuity, things weren't going, the electricity wasn't making it from one side to the other, how can you tell where the break is, especially if the sheath on the outside of the cable is not broken, if it's just the copper core that has a problem? How can you tell? If you have miles of cable, you can't take that off of your telephone poles, can't pull that out of the ground. So they needed to be more exact with where it was. So they developed time domain reflectometry, which basically, they had a device that put a voltage pulse down that wire and it checked for reflections. Every time it hit a discontinuity or damage to the cable, it would cause a small reflection. And based on the time it took, the speed of light for it to go there and come back, it could tell the distance where that happened. So then somebody had a very smart idea of what if we take that cable and intentionally bury it? So they take a simple coax cable, RG8 50 ohm coax cable, same that were used in some older TVs, and they would bury it in the ground. And then as the ground shifted and caused a shearing plane, if it damaged the cable, it would tell you at what depth that was happening. And because it'll tell you the depth, then they could draw the curves, because these are often done on very steep mountainsides. Based on that depth, they could draw the curve of where that slide was happening. It tells you a lot more data about what's going on. A more simple way to think of this, it's like radar, but down a cable. Radar sends sonic pulses out, and it checks for reflections. In the same way, we're sending voltage pulses down a wire and checking for reflections. So any crimps, any shearing, any event that damages the copper core of that cable and changes the distance between the outer sheath and that copper core will show up in the data. And you now know that something is happening. So like I said, the cable is the sensor. There's no sensor attached to the end. The cable itself is the sensor, which is kind of interesting. So here's some actual data. To give you a quick breakdown of what's going on here, the first little bit is the cable that exists inside of the device, helps it get from the actual silicon board out to the edge of the device. And including some other cabling, basically the start of your cable is here. And then it runs till the end, and then this sort of hockey stick figure is past the end of the cable. So you can tell the length here. You're able to take a lot of points of data. With our TDR system, generally people take just over 2,048 points. So if you had a 10-meter cable, you have 2,048 points in that 10 meters. If you have 100 meters, you have the same. So the longer your cable, the less your resolution. But usually you're just trying to figure out generally where movement is happening. This is what happens when you start to get deformation, is you'll see these little jumps. So these are several dates from this cable, and they're all overlaid on top of each other, so you can see the progression of that deformation. Another thing people like to do to help it be more visually appealing is they'll take this data and they'll turn it vertically, because then it represents going straight down into the earth. So this is a little diagram that they drew next to their data. So all this data from before is just between the actual TDR reader up to the top of your borehole. And then they buried the rest of the cable. And so you can see these large spikes here correspond to this cable being deformed. And that means that a landslide is possibly imminent. Not a guarantee. As we know, data is usually not absolute like that, but it gives you a strong indication that something is happening. This sounds great, and I paint a rosy picture. But one thing I do need to tell you, and that is often a problem, I need to tell you what this doesn't measure, because that is as important as what it does. This is not a replacement for an in-place inclinometer, an IPI, or a shape array, or any of these underground subsurface movement monitoring systems. It does not tell you the magnitude of the displacement. Although there is a spike what it's actually telling you is deformation in the cable, which can be caused by numerous variables. So we cannot tell you how much it's moved, how many millimeters, how many centimeters, nothing like that. And the other thing, and it doesn't tell you the direction. The direction can be inferred by looking at your mountain and your cliffside and realizing, yeah, it's going downhill. But we can't give you anything more than that. We can't tell you the direction. And that's where IPIs and shape arrays come in handy, because they will tell you both magnitude and direction of movement. The way I like to describe it to people who really want to know what TDR does, it describes a depth at which something is happening. From there, you get to make a lot of inferences. But this is extremely cheap. The reason why this is used a lot, there's a mine about 2 hours south of where I live. It's the Kennecott Copper Mine. It's the world's largest open pit copper mine. They use this all over. They have hundreds of boreholes with this in it. And for them, it's just, they put these everywhere, and every time they start to see movement, they get concerned, and they go check, and they put in better instruments to figure out where. Another thing is you can measure up to 3,000 meters. Most people do about 1,000 meters of cable. Problem with IPIs and shape arrays is most of the time you can only get up to like maybe 100 meters. Somebody will correct me on that later. About 100 meters. So if you want to figure out a zone where something is happening, you can use this to figure out the depth and then just put an IPI in that zone. And that will save you money and help you in the long run. So this is an installation in Ghana where they used, as I said, 1,000 meters of cable. So they had 1,000-meter borehole, multiple boreholes actually. Each of these enclosures that you can see here have 8 cables running out. So they wanted to check this entire landslide, a huge area, and this was the installation that they did about a decade ago. So it's a very cool technology, very useful for landslides. Like I said, understanding what it can do and what it can't do is extremely important in knowing whether you would want this at your site or not. Okay, so those are the 3 technologies I wanted to present on that we think are pretty cool, and we hope that you guys find a use case for them in a way that will be useful to you and to help honestly save people's lives, because that's our goal as a company, and our sort of company motto right now is we want to affect 1 billion lives with our instrumentation and our data logging. Positively affect 1 billion lives, I should say. So that's what our goal is to help you do that. So going back to the first technology I mentioned, VSPECT, and its ability to use a fast Fourier transform to eliminate noise from vibrating wire sensors, I want to show you what that looks like in real life. Because it sounds great in theory, but until you see it, maybe it doesn't click. So Rend Lake is a dam in the United States, in Illinois. It's about 60 years old now, owned by the US Army Corps of Engineers and worked on by them. Large earthen dam with a concrete spillway. Here's an aerial view of that site. So they had several stations of piezometers measuring pore pressure all around their earthen dam. But they started to notice that some of the data that was coming in looked problematic. It didn't quite look right. So they identified 3 piezometers that were having the most problems. So here are 2 of those piezometers. Here's from station RMU1. This is a little grainy right here. But those are 3 different piezometers, green, red, and blue. The green looks pretty steady. It's hard to see there. But you can see in this red, they have these little spikes. And you can see in the blue, there's some very large spikes. Now, when you have very large spikes in your data like this, if you're doing some very quick quality control in post-processing, you can say, well, that's obviously not a real data point. It's not indicative of what's actually happening. The water level didn't jump, 10 meters in 6 hours and then go back down, or else you'd have huge problems. So it's easy to just say, ignore that data point, we'll use the rest. But then you get some of these smaller ones, and that's harder to say whether those are real or not. That can be problematic. Is that indicative of something that's actually happening that we need to act on right now, or can we just ignore it too? But then you get something like this, where, whoa, that piezometer, it's got problems. It is not working at all. Every other measurement drops, 10, 20, 30 meters at a time. So we went to the US Army Corps of Engineers and we offered them our solution, but we wanted to turn this into a bit of a science experiment. We had been working on this technology, but we wanted to see if it actually worked. So of those 3 piezometers, we replaced 2 of them with our newer technology. It's called the AVW200. That has that V-spect. And the other one we left alone. Before I show you the data, I want to show you what normal data should look like. So going back, remember, the data we saw just a second ago, that is data over a long time. That is multiple vibrating wire readings. What I'm showing you right now is what it takes to make one measurement. But we get to see kind of behind the curtain what the data logger is actually doing to get that measurement. As I said, this is what that profile should look like. It should ring down very gently. This is a huge sinusoidal wave. It goes up and down 1,000,000 times. There's just so many that it gets kind of just becomes black here. But this is a frequency spectrum that you want to see. You want to see an extremely flat line and then one giant spike. This is what we would call a textbook sensor. This is the one that you get fresh in your office, straight from the company, on your first day. No one's around you, nothing's happening. That's a great sensor. So this one, if you'll notice the one before, we were up in the 5 millivolt root mean squared, RMS, values for amplitude. Now we've fallen down to 1. You can see how much faster this is ringing down. But we can measure this. Anyone can measure this. That zero crossing time domain method that I talked about, we'll measure this just fine. But we're able to see that you're starting to have some problems with the sensor. It'll still give you great measurements, and probably will for another year or 2, possibly months. But you want to keep an eye on this one. This is another one. You can see this is a little less smooth now. Now we have our one giant spike, but we've also excited some harmonics on our sensor. So these are multiples of our resonant frequency that you can excite by accident with the data logger. They cause some noise. They're generally not a big problem because they're always going to be less than your resonant frequency. But, something to keep an eye on. But then you get something like this. This is one of their sensors that had major problems. So this is one that the average data logger was not able to handle. And you can see why. Notice our y-axis here. If you're doing 0 crossings, when does this cross 0? It doesn't. So that's going to come back as a 0. And that's going to be weird in your data if you're expecting, 380 feet of water and suddenly it drops to 0. We were able to still measure this with our V-spect, our fast Fourier transform, because we turned it into the frequency spectrum, we pulled it out into all of its components, like I said, we unblended our smoothie, and we could see a lot of noise on the low end and an extremely weak signal. So you can see this is less than 0.2. But we were still able to measure this. But we advised them that you may want to look into replacing that sensor. But this gave them the security to know that they had to, and to not guess at trying to replace sensors that they didn't need to replace. They knew they needed to replace this one. But ultimately, here's the actual data. Once again, we're back to data over time here, multiple data points from vibrating wire sensors. And if you remember this graph from before where it dropped off, 30 meters every 6 hours, this is the one that we left alone. And you can see months later, same problems were still happening. Nothing changed. But if you remember this one from before, these little spikes and some of these larger spikes, and you began to question what's real and what's not. This was the data from after that we took. You can see how smooth that line is. We were able to get rid of those spikes because any noise that was causing interference and overtaking our signal and causing problems, we were able to separate out and find just the resonant frequency of the sensor and to actually get the water level correctly. Before I move on, we've seen this again. I want to highlight this graph here on the top. About 3 years ago, 2 years ago, we were at another dam in Texas, and we were showing this case study to a group, a water group. They saw this graph, and someone very bravely from the back of the room yelled, "Hey, that's exactly what my data looks like. What causes that?" And so we talked about noise and interference and how electromagnetic noise can overpower your signal or cause problems and miscounting of the zero crossings or leading edge. And they said, "Okay, great. That's what my data looks like. How do I fix that?" They had 14 piezometers that had gone bad, as they said. We're not giving them correct data. They were going to replace all 14 of those. Now, this was in a dam, so they had to core them out, drill them out, and replace them and regrout, which is already a very dangerous operation. It's not something you want to do. It harms the structural integrity of the dam they were working on. But they really needed this piezometer data. They were quoted $100,000 US per sensor. So this was going to cost them about $1.4 million. We were able to just replace their system with ours. Didn't replace a single sensor, just the measurement apparatus. And we're actually able to, much in the same way you saw here, smooth out their data. We found out later that the day that their data went bad was the day that they moved their power generation line 100 feet closer to all those sensors. So their huge high transmission power line got moved, and that created so much interference that it messed up the signal from all of their sensors. And so even if they had spent $1.4 million to replace 14 sensors, they would have run into the exact same problem. And they would have been $1.4 million poorer with no better data. So that was the power that we were able to see with this technology, something that anyone can use. It's really cool. So yeah, just a simple recap about all of this. There's always new and exciting technologies coming out in the world of instrumentation. We hope to be a part as many as we can, but us and all of our competitors, we go out there every day trying to make sure that you guys have the data that you need, and that more importantly, that you can trust the data you're getting. Because like I said before, if you're getting a bunch of data and it doesn't make any sense and you can't trust it, then it's pointless. Then you spend a lot of time and money and you're not getting anything for it. It's not informing decisions. It's not making people safer. So we strive every day to figure out ways to make data as trustworthy as possible. So I showed you graphs of Rend Lake, but I want to move on to something a little more live demonstration. And as a person who does a lot of presentations and trainings, I can tell you that my two least favorite words are live presentation. Anytime you show things off, anything can happen, but we're going to try it. So, hopefully we can see this in a second. Oh. We're no longer screen mirroring. Let me just see if I can change that. Is it a separate screen or? Okay, well, we're figuring out how to mirror our screen here beyond just PowerPoint. I'm going to tell you what we have up here. So we have a data logger called a CR6 that measures vibrating wire sensors. It's connected to a few other things, but for the purpose of this demonstration, we're just going to use this top bar here. We have a vibrating wire sensor plugged into our first two channels. We are just measuring that coil. We're just getting that frequency. And what I have here, I actually have a foil bonded strain gauge and a vibrating wire strain gauge attached here on an aluminum bar. It's hard to hear if it didn't work so well on this microphone, but it makes a little ping noise every second. And if I flex this and create tension, it increases the frequency. And if you listen, it actually is a higher pitched noise. And if I go the opposite and compress it, it's actually a lower pitched noise. So we're going to do something a little fun here. Okay. In our LoggerNet software, one thing I haven't mentioned, these data loggers, they use a proprietary coding language called CR Basic, and that allows you to generate code for these and tell it how it's going to measure sensors. Some people say that makes it a little bit hard to use. That's fair, but the thing that you get from that is flexibility, the ability to make your data logger do anything, because the coding language just tells it what to do. So we've written a code to measure our sensor. Like I said, it's already measuring live right now. We're going to connect to our data logger using the laptop up here and this USB cable. I'll just give it a second. There we go. And here we're going to look at some data really quick. Oh, it's hard to see, it's a little bit pixelated. So we're at 2400 hertz here. I'm going to take our bar. So we're at 2470. I'm going to really crank it. We're at 5000. We're going to go the other way, 2000 something. So you can see we're getting live data right now. That's, this isn't pre-staged. This is all right here happening right now. So now we have a little tab. We call this the VW Diagnostics tab. All of the graphs that I showed you of individual measurements, they're all happening here. So this is a snapshot of one measurement. Once again, our data logger is taking about 32,000 measurements in about a quarter of a second to generate this time series graph. Then it is running that FFT and it's turning it into our frequency spectrum. So all of this data is what it takes to make one measurement that gets recorded. So we can see one giant spike at around 2500, and we can see a very small spike over here. That's usually caused by harmonics. Any vibrating string, if you look at physics, every vibrating string has what are called harmonics. They're all multiples of that resonant frequency. We're going to try to take one more, if I can do this right. Yeah. Of course, it doesn't work on someone else's computer, right? Hang on, it's right there. Are we on two screens?
Yes.
Okay, that's why. There we go. I have two screens, so the pop-up always comes to the other one, right? All right, we're going to take this drill. This is just a simple drill. We're going to place it very close to the sensor. We're going to generate a bunch of noise and see if we can see that. Oh. Update. There we go. All right, so you can look at our time series. This got a little crazy. You know, we went from that very nice little funnel to something much more sporadic here. And now we can see we still have our signal right around 2500, right? But now we can see all of these other bits of noise. Now, if we had had our old technology called the AVW1 that did that period averaging, those zero crossings, this may have given you a correct value, and it may not have. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say exactly that threshold where the noise starts to interfere with the measurement capabilities of the data logger. But it's going to start causing problems pretty soon. I have done this on my desk to actually get final measurements, and I have old technology, new technology running side by side, and I use the same sort of drill, and I have watched the data become erroneous. And I've watched this VSpec keep it trustworthy. So this is just a very simple demonstration of what this technology can do and to show you that it can filter out all of these noises. And that's kind of the end of my presentation and the hands-on section and demonstration. I wanted to open it up for any questions that any of you have on any of these topics. Anything about VSpec and fast Fourier transforms, or about dynamic vibrating wire and the ability to measure vibrating wire sensors quickly, or anything about TDR and the landslide monitoring that I showed you with those TDR cables. Are there any questions? Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, NGI, thank you.
I can say that 4 years ago I found it was wood box, and I think we still have quite a lot on air.
Is it still ringing?
I don't know.
Okay.
We'll see when we get back.
Okay, talk to me afterward. I'm glad you're here.
And then I have a question, because we have a lot of good experience with Geocon,
Yes.
for instance, and there. Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
We have a lot of good experience with Geocon,
Mhm.
vibrating wire for different, a lot of pulsometers, etc. And I was just wondering, this they do a bit of Fourier transformation in their standard plug and read
Mhm.
units as well, right?
Geocon doesn't. They use our stuff to verify their stuff, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Oop.
So that was my question. What is the sort of the beauty of VSpec? Is it more for these cases you talked about where you have where you're close to a high voltage electric cable and you have a lot of noise? Is that when you?
Yeah, that's more what it was designed for, was that in-field sort of environmental noise and environmental conditions, trying to filter those out. Because of the resolution, I mean, I didn't really mention this, but that fast Fourier transform also allows for about 100 times better resolution, or 100 times better resolution than the average measurement. Some people claim better or worse, but that's what we found with our old technology versus our new technology. They like that resolution to really verify their sensors as they manufacture them. But that's what they use in their QA/QC in their factory at Geocon.
Thank you, and thank you for a very good
thank you.
presentation.
Yeah, any other questions?
Yeah, thanks for an excellent presentation. Jamie Standing from Imperial College.
Oh.
Just wondering the size of your sensors. I'm curious. I've used VWs in the field, but it's going through my mind. Is it possible to use them in the laboratory for laboratory testing on, say, triaxial samples and things like that? What's the sort of smallest that you can make these VW units?
Right. One thing I will mention, but before I answer your question, as a company, we do not manufacture vibrating wire sensors. We measure them, but we work with all of these sensor companies worldwide. The strain gauges get pretty small, about an inch, 2 centimeters or so. Is about the smallest we've seen them. It's hard to get them smaller than that, as we've talked to Geocon and some of these other vibrating wire companies.
And the resolution of if you were measuring strain, for example?
So the resolution that we have in our specs for the frequency is 0.001 hertz, which by the time you convert that, you're down to a few micro strain or less. It's very precise.
Thank you.
Oh, of course, thank you. Yes. Yeah, I'll wait till you.
Maybe the question like to be crazy, but can we have a sampling rate of instruments can be controlled from the data
The data
log?
logger.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. The data logger, you can pick whatever sampling rate you want. Like I said, that's just part of the code that you write, and you can decide if you want it at 1 second or if you want it at once an hour. This particular data logger, the CR6, will only go down to that 1 second. It requires a separate device called the VWire 305 that does that dynamic vibrating wire. So then you can choose 20 or 50 or 100 or 200 or 333, but you're actually kind of locked into those 5 speeds because of all the settings and things and scan rates that we have to figure out. Very, very quick note. So every vibrating wire sensor has a frequency range at which it operates. These are spec'd out in the manuals of all the various sensor companies. You can measure 20% of the low end of the frequency spectrum. So in other words, if your sensor goes from like 800 up to 1400 hertz, and that's where it lives. If it goes outside of that, you start to damage the wire. And so like I said, every sensor has a frequency range. Take that 800 on the low end, divide it by 5. It's just 100 and something. So you can measure it at 100 hertz. If you measured at 200, you need 5 full wavelengths for the fast Fourier transform to work properly. And you start to lose some of the data and skip some scans. So you need very highly tensioned vibrating wire to go up to the 333, which most aren't. But yeah. But yes, you can choose.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Please.
How do we calibrate a vibrating wire sensor, and how often should we recalibrate it be done by ensuring the result?
So how do you calibrate a vibrating wire sensor? I mean, generally you would, whoever the sensor manufacturers would have better answers on what they would do to calibrate if you wanted to try to send it in. But if they are in the ground and you can't get them out, usually what we do for calibration is more we zero things. The thing I talk about in my training classes often is there's absolute data and relative data. And absolute data is like the temperature in this room, you can measure absolutely, it's a certain number of degrees. But if you put a strain gauge and you embed it in concrete, and by the time it cures and puts forces on that strain gauge, you can't know all the pre-stresses. So you put that in, and once it cures, you start at 0. And you just want to see relatively where strain is happening from that 0 point. So that's how you calibrate a lot of sensors, mostly vibrating wire, is relative measurements. So you'll take like a piezometer, you'll take a measurement before you put it in the borehole, then you'll put it down, take a measurement, then you'll grout it in, take a measurement, let it cure, take a measurement, get a bunch of data points along the way. And once everything is done and grouted and refilled, then you take sort of a last one, and that's where you're starting from. And that's 0 microstrain or 0 PSI, 0 KPS or KPA, and then you work from there. So that's kind of how you recalibrate these, is just finding a new 0, changing all your calibration factors, and starting from there.
Is there any effect during the testing about the temperatures?
About temperature compensation for these? Yes, each sensor manufacturer, in their manuals, they'll tell you, they have all the equations to turn thermistor ohms into temperature. From that temperature, they'll also give you an equation that you can put directly into the data logger and will calculate it for you of that temperature compensation. So it's a change in temperature from a baseline, which you'll also get in your calibration. Any change in temperature from there times a certain gauge factor, and that's how many digits it will take away. And you can finally convert that into your engineering units. So temperature is also included in there and is part of any calibration sheet from a sensor company.
Thank you.
Of course.
Irrespective of it is a vibrating wire or a electrical resistance type?
So does it change between the two?
for the same element.
No, the amount of microstrain should be the same because that's what they're built and calibrated for in the factory. Is they'll test it at different strains and they'll do batch testing on these. So they'll manufacture a whole bunch in a row. They'll take one, do some testing on it to make sure that it is mimicking real world scenarios. So whether it's flow bonded strain gauges or vibrating wire, they should represent the same quantities. When I showed you our solar panel array, you could see that they moved the same amount. They represented the same thing.
Thank you.
Of course. I like comments, so.
Many of us use your technology for troubleshooting and diagnostics. Unfortunately, we can't then apply that across our data acquisition systems, so we use extensive low-rail WAN systems and so on.
Right.
So, yeah, it's fantastic for identifying whether there's a problematic sensor, but if the data is noisy, we often just have to go back and let it be noisy because we're not able to replace the sensor, the data acquisition device with a VSpec device.
Right.
So, but it's very useful technology.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and then like I said, with that diagnostic data, you only get it while we're measuring it, but outside of that, it's like I said, that pre-stresses you can't really measure, and in that same way, yeah. Okay. Well, thank you all. Said it's been an honor to be here and to give this presentation. Oh, do we have one more question? Thank you. I like questions.
We all came a long way, so let's ask the questions.
Please do, please do.
Hi, I'm Sunshine from the Philippines. I'm just wondering about Campbell's data loggers. What issues do you usually get from your devices? Because we've been talking about the sensors itself, but
right.
But what about your system? Do you have, I don't know, do we look for calibrations? Do we expect something from
right.
it?
No, this is a great question. It kind of calls into question, what do you do to maintain a data logging system? How long do they last, sort of things. One thing I will say, with the way the technology works and how it's measuring things, technically you don't need to really calibrate a vibrating wire measurement because it uses what's called a crystal oscillator, which just catches the timing of things. And that kind of, it's working or it isn't. But for our data loggers, we recommend calibration every 3 years. And then you would send it in to us. We have offices in India. We also have offices in the US and all over the world. Some of them do this calibration where they'll check the voltages because that is something you can calibrate and make sure that it's spot on. You want to make sure that 5 millivolts is 5 millivolts and so on. So you can send that in for calibration. And that's, on that calibration side. As far as maintenance, we have multiple examples of our data loggers lasting multiple decades. A slide I have in a different presentation talks about a dam in South America called Itaipu. And Itaipu is a power generation dam on the border of Brazil and Paraguay. It's the first or second largest power generation dam, depending on the year. And they have a lot of problem with large amount of noise of power generation. So they've been using our equipment for a long time. It's been in their dam for 30 years. They are replacing it now not because anything is broken or it's missed a single measurement, but simply they wanted to update it and add a few more sensors. So they went across the board. So if properly maintained, they can last a long time, decades, but it does take proper maintenance. This dam is extremely disciplined in their maintenance and checking their enclosures. A big problem with these and really any electronics is humidity. So an enclosure you will close, you'll put it in a big steel box, basically, you'll close it, and you put a desiccant pack in there, and that pulls just enough moisture out of the air to keep it in a non-condensing environment. Because if you get condensation on things, things start to wear down, you get rust, it's very bad. don't drop your phone in the water. You know, it's electronics and water don't mix. So there's, yeah, maintenance is a big part of it. Like I said, our equipment lasts as long as you take care of it, basically. That can be very difficult, especially on very remote sites. It's hard to get a technician out there, you know, once a week to go clean the box and make sure the spiders and wasps aren't making a home inside of your enclosure. But yeah, those are the biggest problems we see are humidity, lightning damage is a big one. Make sure everything is properly grounded and that you have lightning protection as much as possible. And vandals and damage is always a big one. And like I say, we can't really control for that. Some people have camouflaged their enclosures so that they're harder to see, or they'll tilt their solar panel up so that people can't see it. In the US, people have guns, they like to shoot solar panels. I thought that was a joke when I joined the company, and I've seen our repair department get data loggers in with bullet holes, which is pretty crazy. But people like to take your solar panels, they like to take boxes, they don't know what it is, they assume it's expensive, they'll take it. So those are the problems that we see most often.
Thank you, Dr. Eric Smith, for that highly informative and engaging hands-on session. Your presentation has provided valuable practical insights into modern geotechnical instrumentation and monitoring systems. As a token of our appreciation, I request you to accept a memento from Dr. N.K. Samadia, IIT Roorkee. I invite Dr. N.K. Samadia to present the memento to Mr. Eric Smith.
Yeah. One more question. Sorry.
I would request the delegates to please keep your questions for the tea break, because members of TC220 have yet another event which they have to attend. So we'll close the session for the time being. ISSMGE Technical Committee TC220 meeting on field monitoring in geomechanics boardroom from 4:45 p.m. Members of TC220 are requested to kindly proceed to the boardroom. Tea, coffee will be served there.